Hello people, this is Ryder here with the written review of the Kaizoku Sentai Gokaiger Mobirates Memorial Edition. Released on Premium Bandai to coincide with the 10th anniversary of the series, this is a new updated version of the same toy 10 years prior. Taking a look at the box, it's simple with its space background and Gokai Red front and center with the Mobirates. All the sides of the box and the back of the box showcasing the contents. Opening the setup, we have two plastic trays, the top one comprising of the Mobirates itself alongside the Ranger keys of the core team. The bottom tray contains a stand for the Mobirates to sit on. Lastly, we have two booklets, the first one being the general directions of play, while the second one is the phrase list. Taking a look at the Mobirates itself, it retains most of the aspects of the original DX version, besides the screws being covered up and two buttons being added to the side. Flipping the cover out for the Mobirates is very loose. The inside of the Mobirates is also well detailed with the gold and red paint at the bottom alongside the gummy number pad and the top screen with its silver and phone icons. Turning the Mobirates on actually requires us to remove the battery cover located underneath the socket for the two AAA batteries. By itself, you can randomly press the number pad as it emits a red LED or enter in some codes. Sadly, the majority of the festive codes such as Christmas have been removed. Pressing the call button puts the Mobirates on standby, to which by waiting for it to ring, you either get 1 out of 3 phrases from Navi or Guy. Pressing whatever this symbol is cycles between the two variants of the opening narration. Pressing the pound side button switches the Mobirates between 5 modes: normal mode, henshin mode, first episode mode, final episode mode, and Navi navigation mode. And pressing the cancel button cancels the command and resets the Mobirates back to its default mode. Moving on to the two side buttons, the top one comprises of 5 BGM tracks, the 3 that play with a press being the opening Kaizoku Sentai Gokaiger, the TV size version, and 2 BGM tracks, Kaizoku Hata o Agero and Gokai Change, while the latter 2 that play while being held down being the narration version of the opening and the ending theme, Super Sentai Hero Getter, broken up into its 3 TV size versions from every other press. The bottom button is the sound effects button for replicating the transformation process. Both of the buttons can be pressed during play without any interruptions. Taking a look at the included Ranger keys, it comprises of the core team itself, Gokai Red, Gokai Blue, Gokai Yellow, Gokai Green, and Gokai Pink. The keys do their best to replicate the suits, to which I think the Gokaigers in particular are solid. Just like the Mobirates, they keep the original aesthetic of the DX releases with a few upgrades. For example, the key piece is now in a metal silver plastic as opposed to a dull silver, and most importantly, a button is now present to flip the Ranger key as opposed to doing it manually. Lastly included is the display stand. Coming in 2 pieces, it's the Gokaiger symbol with a stand attached to it. It does the job, just make sure it doesn't slip off. Now to transform with the Mobirates, you flip the Ranger key from Ranger mode to key mode, insert it into the key chamber, and twist it to form the cross swords on the top. In default mode, you can press the enter button to get the team announcement and for the Gokaigers, the name and call out. Additionally, you can then use the side buttons and get additional sounds from both. Which for the BGM mode, while the first track is the same, the Super Sentai Hero Getter will actually alternate between keys. Changing into Henshin mode, this allows you to play with the Mobirates with the cast voices, which you can achieve by pressing the numbers 1 to 5 on the number pad, which each button press comprises of 3 phrases. After picking out your selected Gokaigers, you can press the sound effect button and proceed to transform. The sound effect button remains the same for the most part, besides the addition of the roll call. First episode / final episode modes are what they explain themselves as in pressing the sound effect button will cycle through phrases regarding their respective scenes pre / post transformation. Lastly, the Navi navigation mode is a mode where Navi will proclaim something in regards to the ranger key you have inserted, to which when you use any Gokaiger, it simply cycles through all the previous 34 Sentai phrases randomly. Overall, the Memorial Edition Mobirates is a nice release, however, I feel it's too safe of a release. As well, it's nice that it does keep most of the aspects of the DX release. There isn't too much of a memorial sense to help immerse yourself with the show or the media surrounding it, as I wish there were more obscure deep cuts included with the toy and representation of things such as their cameo appearance in Ghost Ager vs Shinkenger, their own movies, Superhero Tyson, the Geartlinger crossover, and Psycho battle. But despite those omissions, if you're someone that has not collected anything of Gokaiger, it's a solid toy to pick up, but you don't mind not having a complete package and you also happen to have some Ranger keys, you might as well wait and get the best selection version releasing soon. That'll have to do this written review. This is Ryder and I'll leave you people. Hello people, this is Ryder here with a written review of the Kaizoku Sentai Gokaiger Ranger Key 35 Red Set Memorial Edition. Released on Premium Bandai to coincide with the Memorial Edition Mobirates, this is a set of 34 Ranger keys representing the previous Sentai teams before Gokaiger. Taking a look at the box, it's the same concept as the Mobirates, with Gokai Red photoshopped with an Aka Red key, all the sides of the box and the back of the box showcasing the contents. Opening the setup, we have 3 stacked trays of Ranger keys and a single manual of general directions. Taking a look at the included Ranger keys, it comprises of the following: Aka Red 35th Anniversary version, Akibaranger from Goranger, Spade Ace from Jakka, Battle Japan from Battle Fever, Denji Red from Denji Man, Volt Eagle from Sun Vulcan, Goggle Red from Goggle 5, Dyna Red from Dynaman, Red 1 from Bioman, Change Dragon from Changed Man, Red Flash from Flashman, Red Mask from Masked Man, Red Falcon from Live Man, Red Turbo from Turbo Ranger, 5 Red from 5 Man, Red Hawk from Jetman, Tyranno Ranger from Jew Ranger, Rear Ranger from Die Ranger, Ninja Red from Chaka Ranger, O Red from O Ranger, Red Racer from Car Ranger, Mega Red from Mega Ranger, Ginga Red from Ginga Man, Go Red from Go 5, Time Red from Time Ranger, Gal Red from Gal Ranger, Hurricane Red from Hurricaneger, Abare Red from Abba Ranger, Decker Red from Decker Ranger, Magi Red from Magi Ranger, Boken Red from Bokenger, Geki Red from Geki Ranger, Goon Red from Goanger, Shinken Red from Shinkenger, and lastly we have Gosei Red from Goseiger. Just like the Gokaigers, these keys have been improved to have the key piece to be silver and an additional button to flip the key into key mode. Also, for the sake of this review, we will be using the DX version of the Denji Red key, as the one I received has the wrong key piece. Now with the Mobirates, you have two ways to play. First up, the transformation. While the sound effect button remains the same for all these keys, the second held press for the BGM button plays the Super Sentai Hero Getter. Unlike when you play with it without a Ranger key, the 34 Sentai teams are categorized under the 3 TV size versions depending on which verse they get mentioned in. Secondly, for the Navi navigation mode, Navi will proclaim something in regards to the Ranger key you have inserted. Unlike the Gokaigers, it's a singular phrase tied to that team. Overall, the Ranger Key 35 Red set is a fine release if you have not collected anything of Gokaiger, or if you're a completionist. The only thing that I think holds the recommendation back is the various levels of qualities between each key, as some of them are really solid, some have loose arms, or spring happy, or just have weird face proportions. But despite those discrepancies, the set technically gives us all the established sounds that were present in the original DX version. Just be wary on how much you spend on obtaining the set and hope to not have any defects. That'll have to do this written review. This is Ryder, and I'll leave you people. Hello people, this is Ryder here with a written review of the Kaizoku Sentai 10 Gokaiger Gokai Galleon key. This release was a toy pack-in item with the DVD/Blu-ray release of the VSIN X. Taking a look at the box, it's honestly not that spectacular in comparison with the 2 Memorial Edition boxes we have previously taken a look at. All the sides of the box, then taking it out, it's already in the cross formation due to it being spring-loaded, and instructions. Taking a look at the Gokai Galleon key, for being the first big key in the line, it's impressive. The necessary details of the Galleon are present besides some obvious additional colors, and if you were to press this black button on the side, there comes a key piece swinging out. Just make sure you have it angled down properly, just so then it swings down smoothly and not have it be hindered. To prepare it for the Mobirates, you want to pull the pull tab out. You want the key to swing down, then insert it like so. After the sound from the Mobirates finishes up, you want to twist the flag from the Galleon until you hear a loud click, and then fold it back once the sound starts. After forming the armor all into one, you can twist it 2 more times to initiate the finisher. After doing the finisher, you will have dialogue between Captain Marvelous and Guy. Lastly, while the sound effect button remains the same, the only exception is the second held press for the BGM button, as it plays the 10 Gokai version of the Super Sentai Hero Getter in its entirety, and Navi navigation mode does not give off anything significant. Overall, the Gokai Galleon key is really nice. For it being the first Ranger key to have its own sounds, it does what it needs to do, as I really like how both toys go off of one another to have a seamless process as opposed to having one or the other overhaul all the sounds. Also, it's just really clever for what they came up with in regards to the double cross. The phrase selection is definitely weird, as it's only in regards to one scene as opposed to the entire VSNX, but at least there is not phrases that were already programmed in the Mobirates in this thing. But in those regards, that will have to do with this written review. This is Ryder, and I'll leave you people. Hello people, this is Ryder here with the written review of the Kaizoku Sentai 10 Gokaiger Ranger Key After Gokai Hero Set Memorial Edition. Released on Premium Bandai, this is a set of Ranger keys comprising of the Sentai teams After Gokaiger used in Geartlinger and 10 Gokaiger. Taking a look at the box, it's the same concept as the previous Ranger key set, with Gokai Red photoshopped with a Zenkaiser key. All the sides of the box, and the back of the box showcasing the contents. Opening the setup, we have a single plastic tray and a manual of general directions. Taking a look at the included Ranger keys, it comprises of the following: Red Buster from Go Busters, Kyoryu Red from Kyoryuger, Tokyu Ichigo from Tokyuger, Akibaranger from Ninninger, Jewel Eagle from Jewelger, Shishi Red from Kyuranger, Lupin Red from Lupin Ranger, Patoran Ichigo from Patoranger, Urso Red from Ursoldier, Kirame Red from Kiramager, and Zenkaiser from Zenkaiger. All these keys carry the same silver key piece and spring-loaded flip feature of the previous keys. One of the biggest standouts of these keys is that they are actually very detailed, to the point that they're nearly one-to-one with the suits, which really makes them stand out in a good way. Though Jill during key mode has a gray background for the logo as opposed to a black one, but it's most likely so that it didn't get lost. With the Mobirates, you have 2 ways of play. First is the transformation. While transformed, the sound effect button still remains the same, though with the second held press for the BGM button. All of these keys play the last verse of the 10 Gokaiger version of the Super Sentai Hero Getter. For a Navi navigation mode, doesn't really do anything. Overall, the Ranger Key after Gokai Hero set is a really solid release. Alongside the Gokai Galleon key, these new Ranger keys really bring a new sense of life to this decade-long gimmick. It just feels refreshing to have their fully decoed look. While it sucks that the majority of the new teams represented are never going to have full teams, glad their sounds are at least present, unless you're Zanglassword, to which had 2 out of the 7 programmed sounds released for it. My only gripe with the set is just that I wish we got the 40th anniversary version of the Super Sentai Hero Getter with Donblaster through Geartlinger, just to have some representation for that song, but I get it, that's more of a flaw with the Mobirates itself as opposed to the set. But with that, that'll have to do with this written review. This is Ryder, and I'll leave you people. Hello people, this is Ryder here, the written review with the Kaizoku Sentai Gokaiger Gokai Celluar Memorial Edition. Released on Premium Bandai, this is a new updated version of the same toy 10 years prior. Taking a look at the box, it follows suit with the previous releases, with Gokai Silver front and center with the toy, all the sides of the box, and the back of the box showcasing the contents. Opening the setup, we have 2 plastic trays, the top one comprising the Celluar alongside his core Ranger keys. The bottom tray contains a stand for the Celluar to sit on, and the gold anchor key. Lastly, we have one manual comprising of general directions and phrases. Looking at the Gokai Celluar itself, it improves on the aspects of the original DX version, such as adding more paint in places that didn't have it previously, the screws being covered up, 2 buttons being added to the side, and most of all, the gear installed in the toy is significantly quieter than the original DX release, allowing for you to hear the sounds peacefully without the gear acting up. As for the included Ranger keys, it comprises of Gokai Silver himself, Dragon Ranger, Time Fire, Abare Killer, and the Gold Anchor key. Also included for some reason is 2 Kaiser. The keys have the standard specs that these previous Memorial Edition keys have added, silver key piece and the side button for the key to flip, but the paint jobs on Gokai Silver and 2 Kaiser are phenomenal, especially 2 Kaiser being on par in terms of details with the after Gokai Hero set. Lastly included is the display stand. It's similar to the one included with the Mobirates, just with a different stand piece to hold the Cellular. It's not that good, honestly. Turning the Gokai Cellular on, there are 2 ways, either pulling the pull tab or taking the battery cover off and switching it on. After doing so, we are in normal mode by default. So to transform with the Gokai Cellular, you flip the cover out, insert the Ranger key, press the button of the associated Ranger, and press the red button on the top. It should be noted that the Cellular cannot read the keys, so you can insert anyone and just press a random button. Next up, you can insert the gold anchor key at the bottom of the Cellular to transform Gokai Silver into gold mode. Another note should be that normal Ranger keys would air out if inserted at the bottom. To remove the key out of the Cellular, slide the scanner back to the top, flip the cover out, and press the top button to eject the key out. Moving on to the 2 side buttons, the top one comprises of 4 BGM tracks. the 3 that play with a press being the instrumental of Hage no Kokoro Gokai Silver, the single BGM track Gin Gin ni Ikuze, and an edited down version of the theme for Gojujin titled Kanze Gojujin, while the latter track that plays while being held down being another BGM track, Kaizoku no Hotori o Kakete, the first half specifically. The bottom button again is for sound effects for replicating the transformation process or attack sounds, and both buttons can be pressed during play without any interruptions. Holding down the sound effect button switches the Gokai Celluar between its 4 modes: normal mode, henshin mode, command mode, and phrase mode. Henshin mode is similar to normal mode, just that now you have Guy phrases to accompany the sound effect button as if he's communicating with the team. Command mode allows you to do a lot, as all of the codes from the DX version have carried over into this release. On top of that, you can input the Sentai team number like the Mobirates, and Guy will incite something about each team. The second function for command mode is by pressing the sound effect button, which you can go through the step-by-step process of Guy forming Gojujin. Phrase mode is basically henshin mode, just that the sound effect button goes through a sequence of 27 lines of dialogue from Guy. Using the included ranger keys in the Mobirates, first using Gokai Silver from the special DVD, then if we were to use the Geardalinger key in the Mobirates to replicate its usage in Psycho Battle, as it's the same notch pattern as Gokai Silver, it doesn't do anything new. The other 6 do the same thing as their red counterparts, but if we use 2 Kaiser, Navigation mode is the same for most of the keys except Gokai Silver, as he actually gets a unique phrase. Overall, the Gokai Cellular Memorial Edition is a phenomenal release. I feel that this one fixes the issues I've brought up with the Mobirates, as I think this toy does a good job at keeping all of its initial features intact, but also managed to be able to add the memorial side of features to beef it up and increase the possibilities of immersion. My only gripe with this release is genuinely the inclusion of the 2 Kaiser Ranger key, as it feels like a desperate move on Bandai to rack up sales for a product that was already going to sell. You couldn't just wait. Also, this has to be brought up, but it's pretty understandable that a lot of people don't want to pick this item up anymore due to Gokai Silver's actor being a criminal. But for the sake of ethics, if you do decide to still pick it up, just know that your money won't go to him. Which that will have to do with this written review. This is Ryder, and I'll leave you people. Hello people, this is Ryder here with a written review of the Hikonin Sentai Akibaranger 10th anniversary set. Released on Premium Bandai to coincide with Akibaranger's 10th anniversary, this is a set comprising of Memorial Edition Ranger keys and Sentai gears seen in the Web Radio and Superhero Senki respectively. Taking a look at the box, it carries the same concept as the Gokaiger Memorial line, with Akiba red front and center, all the sides of the box, and the back of the box comprising of the full team. Opening the setup, we have a single plastic tray of the items and a single manual of general instructions. First up, the Ranger keys. It comprises of Akiba Red, Akiba Yellow, and Akiba Blue, plus the 2 Season 2 variants for Yellow and Blue respectively. These keys, unlike their original release, do have a normal silver key piece size, but now also having the spring flip feature that has been present through the previous Memorial Edition keys. Next up, the Sentai gears comprise of the same lineup previously brought up, with the additional Season 2 Akiba Red. While the Season 1 Akiba Red carries the same specifications of a DX Sentai gear, an all-chromed and embossed design, the rest of the gears, to invoke the unofficial nature, are actually just stickers, to which these are actually called SMTOWN gears. All 6 of these gears are B47 respectively, as they all share the same notch patterns all around. Now with the Mobirates, we already know what you can do with it. The sound effect button remains the same, while the second held press for the BGM button oddly plays the first verse of the Super Sentai Hero Getter, and navigation mode is nothing new. As for the gears, as we have a lot of items to use them in, so for this sake, we will use the Season 1 gears with the Zanglassword items, while we will use the Season 2 gears with the DONBROTHERS items. Overall, the Akibaranger 10th anniversary set is a nice release. It's nice for those that are fans of Akibaranger to get officially acknowledged, and the combo of putting the Ranger keys and Sentai gears makes sense. And while you can argue that they didn't need to make gears of the entire team, I don't mind their inclusion as it makes them the only other team to have a full set of Sentai gears. And again, to have properly functioning Ranger keys of Akibaranger is neat. But that'll have to do with this written review. This is Ryder, and I'll leave you people. Oh people, this is Ryder here with a written review of the Tsuika Cross Gokai June Bride is Tanuki flavor Gokai Tsuika unit. Released on Premium Bandai, this is an additional device in vein of the Gokai Galleon key, to which connects with the Gokai Celluar to access the teams after Gokai. Taking a look at the box, it's similar to what was present with the Gokai Cellular, with Gokai Silver front and center, with the Gokai Cellular with the unit attached. All the sides of the box, and the back of the box showcasing the contents. Opening the setup, we have a single plastic tray with all the contents, and one manual comprising of general directions. Looking at the Gokai Tsuika unit, it's an extension piece to the Gokai Cellular. It carries the design down to the original keypad, comprising of the other 6 heroes. Besides that, the key piece is interestingly a translucent blue. And to turn it on, you pull the back cover off, pull the pull tab out, and clip the back cover on. By itself, it just lights up red. Moving on to the included Ranger keys, it comprises of the 6 heroes who have never received keys previously. Jewel the World, Ho-Oh Soldier, Lupin/Patron X, Russo Gold, and Silver Sash Kirame Silver. Just like the After Gokai Hero set, the keys are nicely detailed while carrying over the silver key piece and auto flip features. Lastly included is the extended stand piece to hold the Cellular, which actually does a better job at holding it up. To use the Tsuika unit with Cellular, simply insert it at the bottom of the Cellular just like the Gold Anchor. However, instead of transforming you into gold mode, the IR sensor from the unit will override the process to transition it into reading the unit. With the unit installed, you have access to the majority of the modes previously present. Henshin mode and command mode remain the same, besides a few new features such as new phrases for Henshin mode and a change in one code in particular. Default mode has been weirdly omitted out, while phrase mode has changed into special mode, comprising of the phrases from the special, with Zox and Flint being added alongside Guy. In addition, you can replicate Flint's transformation into Tsuika. Using the Ranger keys in the Mobirates does the same sounds from their red counterparts, while Navi Navigation mode is nothing new. Also, for those curious, the Tsuika unit cannot fit in any Ranger key device, though it's just the standard Gokai silver key piece, so you kind of know what it would do. Overall, the Gokai Tsuika unit is a fine release. To be an expansion of a toy that I heavily enjoyed a lot would seem like an easy pass in terms of verdict, though I feel like it is lacking in terms of elevating the existing functions. It's not like the Gokai Galleon key where you got to unlock more significant internal sounds with the device, as most of the new things included are the phrases. While it's nice we could Gokai change into the newer teams, it doesn't make sense why this set couldn't include the keys for half of them. Also, it should be noted that the Donblasters announcement is actually carried over from the Legend Mobirates as opposed to the newly recorded one. I think the worst aspect of this unit is the fact that it's not secured at all, meaning if you're holding it by the cellular, the iris sensor for the unit will constantly disconnect due to it weighing itself down whenever being handled. But if you want another toy that has Flint's transformation as Tsuika, or just want Gokai Silver to have the sounds of the post-Gokaiger teams, it's worth it. But nevertheless, that'll have to do with this written review. This is Ryder, and I'll leave you people. Hello people, this is Ryder here with a written review of the Kaizoku Sentai Gokaiger, Ranger Key, Anniversary Heroes, and DONBROTHERS set, Memorial Edition. Released on Premium Bandai, this is a set of Ranger Keys comprising of the following Sentai teams: Goggle 5, Geartlinger, Hurricaneger, Donblaster, and DONBROTHERS. Taking a look at the box, deviating from the previous sets, it comprises of the DONBROTHERS alongside the reds of the other teams. All the sides of the box and the back of the box showcasing all of the heroes photoshopped in a quarry. Opening setup, we are only greeted with 3 plastic trays of Ranger Keys, to which the DONBROTHERS tray has this Memorial Edition etched to the top row, and we have no physical manual, as if you want to look for that, scan the QR code for the PDF file. Looking at the Ranger Keys, it comprises of Goggle Red, Goggle Black, Blue, Yellow, and Pink, Tyranno, Mammoth, Tricera, Tiger, Terra, and Dragon Ranger, Hurricane Red, Blue, Yellow of Hurricaneger, Kabuto Rider and Kuwagariger of Go Rider and Shurikenger, Red, Blue, Yellow, Beat, Stag, Busters. Then lastly, we have Don Momotaro, Star Brother, Oni Sister, Inu Brother, Kiji Brother, and Don Goku. These keys comprise of the standard specs of the Memorial Ranger Key features, such as the silver key piece and the button on the side for it to flip. While the 4 reds in this set are duplicates of their previous releases, they have been touched up a bit in order to replicate their prop looks. Red Buster looks nearly identical to his After Gokai Hero release though. The DONBROTHERS on the other hand are really nice with their fine detailing and print. Though it's interesting that Inu and Kiji Brothers keys are based off of their stage show suits as opposed to their CGI models. With these keys, we can now do multitudes of Gokai changes with the Mobirates and Gokai Cellular, respectively. As for the DONBROTHERS, they do unlock a new sound. Side button does what you expect from the previous releases of these keys do, except since DONBROTHERS is a new hero, the BGM defaults to verse 1 of the Super Sentai Hero Getter, just like the Akibarangers. Navi navigation plays the same sounds that have previously been demonstrated. Overall, the Ranger Key Anniversary Heroes and DONBROTHERS set is an alright release. As for someone like me who has not collected any Ranger Keys prior, it's definitely a nice but expensive way of clearing through Sentai teams. While I do appreciate the effort they did to touch up the keys, I can't help but bring up how it is a weird decision of theirs to not have done this from the start, so then people didn't have to rebuy the keys just to obtain a new set of keys, despite the DONBROTHERS still being incomplete. But hey, I no longer have to deal with a loose arm on Dragon Ranger. Really though, if you really want to get the DONBROTHERS keys, especially if you're doing it for the sake of gearing up for the best selection Mobirates, and one of these teams just happened to be your absolute favorite, then it's definitely worth it. But if you're just casually buying into this line like me, it's not really worth it. But that'll have to do with this written review. This is Ryder, and I'll leave you people. Hello people, this is Ryder here with a written review of the Kai Sentai Zenkaiger Geartlinger Memorial Edition. Released on Premium Bandai, this is an upscale version of the DX toy released the year prior. Taking a look at the box, the front of it is in resemblance to the episode title cards for the opening of the show. The sides present themselves in a sleek manner as it showcases the content of the set. And the back of the box has the full team full of a lot of text that I'm sure people that watch the show will get. Opening the setup, we have an egg carton insert that holds the Geartlinger and its 6 Sentai gears, alongside the instruction manual for the features and the list of dialogue. Looking at the Memorial Edition of the Geartlinger, this is a 130% upscale of the original DX toy. Not exactly prop scale, but close enough, as while the DX one wasn't too bad, this version feels really nice in the hands. Besides that, it retains all the details originally present with the DX toy, such as the decal of the name, the paint, the foldable stand for piloting Zenkaio, and we also have the standard barrage of screw holes that are covered up that Memorial Editions tend to do. Taking a look at the included Sentai gears, we have the main 5 Zenkaigers: Zenkaiser, Zenkaijuron, Galleon, Majin, and Vurum. However, this time, the notches of the gear are now die-cast metal, in vein of the die-cast Sentai gear set that was released months prior, also making Zenkaiser a re-release in this case. Being die-cast, they're weighty and make that metal clank. As for the centers of each gear, they remain the same as their DX counterparts. Lastly included is the Zenkaiger 2022 gear, which was originally a campaign item with the DX Enya Ryder. This was only packed in for those like me who did not participate in that campaign, so that's nice. However, because it's a re-release, I previously already covered it last year, so we won't go over it much here. To turn the Geartlinger on, you want to pull off the back cover of the handle and switch it on above the battery compartment, which takes 3 AAA batteries. After switching it on, we are in default mode, making it play as the original DX toy. All you can really do in this mode is press the trigger button to just fire. The right button is the designated BGM button, containing 6 BGM tracks: Zenroku Zenkai Zenkaiger TV size, Iza Tachiya Garu Gonin no Senshi, Gakuten Ino Tapako, Gonin Sote Zenkaiger, Miyo Zenkaiger, and Jikai Yokoku. Holding the BGM button, depending on what mode you're in, only plays track 3, as that's the BGM track that plays during the transformation/roll call. The left button is the dialogue button for each mode, allowing you to play through lines for each character, in the exception of default mode, as it just plays off as a sound effect button. To listen to the dialogue in chronological order, set the Geartlinger off, hold the trigger button down, and switch it on at the same time. With this, you're in Zenkaiger mode, which retains the majority of the features that comprise of the main 5 Zenkaigers. To switch between modes, we have 2 options. Either manually switching between modes by holding both the dialogue and BGM buttons down, or by holding down the dialogue button entering a mode change standby, where you use the gear you want to mode change into. Then to get back to default mode, just hold the buttons down after initiating either method. As we have already mentioned default and Zenkaiger modes, the other modes programmed into this comprise of each individual Zenkaiger, final battle mode, and 2 bonus modes, Stacy as Kaito and Master Kaito from DONBROTHERS. As we mentioned before, when you hold down the BGM button, it triggers a specific roll call for that specific mode, unless you're the bonus modes where that's not an option. Now to use the gears with the Geartlinger, open the transparent lid up from the top, set the Sentai gear into the gear slot, close the lid down, press the trigger button for the transformation call-out, rotate the gear until completion, and press the trigger button again to complete the transformation. With the gear and hero side, you can press the trigger button to get the character cry every 3 presses, to which there are 3 variants of. You also can still do the Gatling attack, which also still carries over its 3 variations from the DX toy. And lastly, you can do the final attack by rotating the crank once again. Where things change between this release to the DX release is the Kikai side for the Zenkaigers, as it's been expanded heavily. For Zenkaiser, you can listen to both sounds of Doron Galleon and Rumajin back to back with his gear, or you can pair their respective gears in a sequence, which is the only way for you to hear the combination sounds for Doron Majin and Rum Galleon. As for Master Kaito mode, if you use Doron or the Don Zenkaio Avataro gear, you can form Don Zenkaio. Lastly, using any other Sentai gear plays the same as their DX counterparts in any mode. The only difference just being it's being played out in a higher quality speaker and the sounds are a bit more show accurate.
Huh. All right.
The obvious exception are the Zenkaiju gears, as they can no longer attach to the gear compartment due to the increased size, but Super Zenkaiser sounds are included within Kaito's dialogue lines. You can technically still use the gears, it's just a hassle. Some special gears such as the All Red or Non-Bond play simplified versions of their original sounds, while Kaiser, Stacyzer, and DONBROTHERS have been updated with this release. To which, obviously this release was not updated to read DONBROTHERS specific Avataro gears. Overall, the Geartlinger Memorial Edition is a nice release. It retains what made the original DX toy phenomenal, but with the touches of show accuracy without it hampering the original experience. While it would have been cool if the Sentai gears actually played their associated sounds or scenarios of when they were used in the show, but I guess the Zenkaio functions were more of a priority. Speaking of the Sentai gears, I'm personally not too big on the diecast look for them, as while it's supposed to be more show accurate, I would disagree as the show versions are not reflective. Also, it would have been neat if they actually used this opportunity to release the normal Zenkaiger Sentai gear and have Zenkai Red included, but we're already used to these Memorial Edition items disregarding any material that's not exclusively the show, bare minimally. But in regards, this is still a really nice release, especially for those that are a huge fan of Zenkaiger. But if you want to get it for a cheaper price with the removal of the Zenkaiger aspects, but with an expansion towards the Master Kaito mode, fear not, you can pick up the Zenkaiser Black version. Also, if you're just a DONBROTHERS completionist too, I guess. Anyways, I'll have to do this written review. This is Ryder, and I'll leave you people. Hello people, this is Ryder here with the written review of the Kai Sentai Zenkaiger Geardalinger Memorial Edition. Released on Premium Bandai, this is an upscale version of the DX toy released the year prior. Taking a look at the box, the front of it is in resemblance to 2 Kaiser's roll call with the show light text. All of the sides of the box and the back of the box has a nice splash of 2 Kaiser. Opening the setup, we have an egg carton insert that holds the Geartlinger. Unfortunately, no instruction manual included, though there is a QR code for the PDF file. Looking at the Memorial Edition of the Geartlinger, this is an 130% upscale of the original DX toy. Not exactly prop scale, especially for swords mode, but it does the job, and just like the Geartlinger, it feels nice in the hand. Besides that, it retains all of the details originally present with the DX toys, such as the decal, the name, the paint. The biggest thing setting this apart from the DX version is that unlike that one using a motion sensor to mimic tapping the wheel, now it is actually a large button that you can tap as opposed to it being a stationary piece of plastic. Speaking of the wheel, that and the blade are no longer hollowed out, and are now filled in to be more screen accurate. Taking a look at the Sentai gears included, we have the core 3, 2 Kaiser, 2 Kairiki, and Katanar. Fortunately, we do have a new gear to cover, in the form of the 2 Kai Flint gear, seen from the Yggdrasil stage show. It stands out compared to the previously released gears with its silver notches and pink chrome on the hero side. Just like the last 2 Memorial Zenkaiger items, these gears are die-cast metal, which I've explained previously that I'm not fond of this decision. Speaking on weird choices, these gears actually differ from their original DX counterparts, as 2 Kaiser's hero side's gold chrome is now in resemblance of the Legend Sentai's gold, and Riki and Katanar swapped how their hero sides were done, as Riki's was painted and Katanar's was chromed previously. To turn the Geartlinger on, you want to pull off the front cover of the handle, then switch it on above the battery compartment, taking 3 AAA batteries. After switching it on, we are in default mode, which plays itself closely to the original DX version. To switch between modes, you want to hold down the left button, as besides the default mode, the other modes comprise of Zox, Flint, Yohohoi, and Gold Tweaker modes. While Zox and Flint modes are self-explanatory, Yohohoi mode comprises of all the times Zox has sung within the show, and Gold Tweaker mode is the standard dialogue mode that comprises of the entire Gold Tweaker family alongside Kaito and Stacy. It's essentially the memorial mode for this toy. The right button is the designated BGM button, containing 4 BGM tracks: Taiyo Ryu Anaki, Kaizoku no Yuta, Tenkagome no Otachi Mawari, and Oritachi Futago no Debanda. Holding the BGM button down actually manually sets the Geartlinger to do the wheel tapping for you and plays the BGM to the associating gear used. The left button is the dialogue button for each mode, allowing you to play through lines for each character in the exception of default mode, as it just plays off as the sound effects button. In Gold Tweaker mode, you can press both the dialogue and BGM buttons to skip dialogue in specific batches. Now to use the gears with the Geartlinger, open the transparent lid up from the side, set the Sentai gear into the gear slot, close the lid down, press the trigger button for the transformation callout, rotate the wheel until completion, and press the trigger button to transform. With the gear in the hero side, you can press the trigger button to get attack sounds depending on the gear used. You can also hold the trigger down to do the dancing attack. Unlike the DX version, it doesn't take account how much times you tap the wheel, it only gives you one phrase of succession. Lastly, you can do the final attack by rotating the wheel once again, no longer requiring you to press the button. Then flipping the gear to the Kai side, you can access the sounds for each formation of 2 Kaio. Lastly, using any other Sentai gear plays the same way as their DX counterparts in any mode. Obviously, they wouldn't update it to actually announce the Sentai teams because then it will not be show accurate, but the usage sounds are accurate. Just like the Geartlinger, neither Zenkaiju gears can no longer attach to the gear compartment due to its increased size, but Super 2 Kaiser's sounds are included with Zox's dialogue lines. Using the 2 Kaiser gears within the Memorial Geartlinger will play out the same as their DX counterparts, so I'll only show off the 2 Kaiser and 2 Kai Flint briefly. You can also get 3 bonus phrases from using these during the mode switching of the Geartlinger. Overall, the Geartlinger Memorial Edition is definitely a big improvement over its original DX release, for the most part. My biggest gripe with this release, however, is the exclusions in regards to the dancing attacks, as originally each form of 2 Kaiser had their own variations of that feature in terms of sounds, but now they all use the same sound set as if you were just using 2 Kaiser. I get it's because he never did them in the show, but you can argue with that about the Gatling feature from the Geartlinger. Another problem I ran into is that because the wheel is pressable, you can accidentally hit it when you rotate it, causing it to be off rhythm in some cases. Also, I don't know if it's just mine, but this release definitely struggles to read the gears as opposed to its original DX counterpart, as it either takes a while for it to read the gear, or misreads it as another.
I don't get how I forgot to mention this, but obviously it should be pointed out to be wary of getting your fingers jammed through the gears, as obviously with the DX one, it was actually around me. The DX one didn't have this issue because those spots were filled in. The issue with this one is like you definitely are gonna end up jamming your fingers a lot more. rotating the wheel, so just be wary of that.
Last thing I want to bring up is how poorly the BGM tracks have been compressed, as it just makes me confused, as Kaizoku no Yuta is clearly on par with how the Geartlinger tracks sound, but the instrumental tracks sound really bad, especially for an item in this caliber. But despite all of those things, if you're a fan of the gold tweakers, or just want a more tolerable experience playing with the Geartlinger, then I'll recommend it. That'll have to do with this written review. This is Ryder, and I'll leave you people. Hello people, this is Ryder here with a written review of the Avatar Sentai Donbrothers, Donblaster Memorial Edition. Released on Premium Bandai, this is an upscaled version of the DX toy released the year prior. Taking a look at the box, the front of it is in resemblance to the original DX packaging, just simpler. The sides present the contents of the set, and the back of the box has the recreation of the roll call scene from the final episode. Opening the setup, we have a plastic tray that is holding the Donblaster and the 6 Avatar gears. Of course, there is a QR code to access the PDF file for instructions. Looking at the Memorial Edition of Donblaster, this is a 125% upscale of the original DX toy, close enough to prop scale. Just like the last two changers we looked at, the increased size feels nice in the hand. Besides that, while it looks like it has retained the look of the DX toy, the molding is actually different to make itself more screen accurate, most visibly with the barrage of screw holes that are not covered. But in terms of functionality, the big gear now is more fluid when you spin it as opposed to the choppiness of the DX one. Though, just don't spin it too fast or else you will grind the gears together. Taking a look at the Avatar gears included, we have the main 5 Donbrothers: Don Momotaro, Saru Brother, Oni Sister, Inu, and Kiji Brothers. Unfortunately, they aren't too different from their DX counterparts, unless you want to point out that the paper inserts are different prints from their DX counterparts. But other than that, I can't really blame them. Lastly included is the Don Robotaro gear, which is also the same from its DX counterpart. However, it is now cast in a more yellow transparent plastic as opposed to a mustard yellow the DX one had prior. To turn the Donblaster on, you want to pull off the back cover of the handle, then switch it on above the battery compartment, which takes 3 AAA batteries. After switching it on, we are in Memorial mode, but if you were to hold down the trigger button and switch it on, we are in DX mode, pretty self-explanatory. By itself in either mode, you can press the trigger button to fire and hold it down for a bigger blast attack. For the back buttons, the right one is the designated BGM button, containing 6 BGM tracks. Ore Kaso, only 1, TV size. Onigadeta, Donbrothers Iza Tatsukai, Kyonoyo wa Rakuden, Nana Mina and Tsutabase, Nayote yo Dana, and Don't Boo Donbrothers TV size. As I brought up in the last review, the compression of these tracks are not as bad as the Geardalinger, but still not as pristine as the Geartlinger. The left button is the dialogue button for each mode, allowing you to play through lines for each character, in the exception of DX mode, where it just says one phrase all the time. To switch between modes, simply hold down the dialogue button, to which the modes we can access within this are Donbrothers mode, individual modes for each Donbrother, and final episode mode. While all the modes retain the same features from one another, the thing differentiating them from each other is their functions with the BGM button, as different tracks will play depending on which mode it's in. They majorly play the same BGM track. To transform with the Donblaster, you have 3 ways. To traditionally transform with the Donblaster, you press the gear down in the gear slot, press the trigger for the transformation callout, spin the large gear 4 times, then press the trigger once again. Alternatively, you can hold the trigger button down and spin the gear once for instant recognition. But note that this method does not actually read the gear you use and defaults to the Donbrother whose mode you are in. Speaking of which mode you are in, the last transformation requires you to press both the dialogue and BGM buttons together to do a forced transformation, which can be cancelled by releasing the gear. For attacks, they change depending on what gears you are using. Avatar gears, you can press the trigger button to get the character cry every 3 presses. You can press the trigger button down and spin the gear to get additional firing attacks. For Alter/Robotaro gears, it plays the associated sounds of that gear in a linear pattern if present. Then to initiate the finisher, just tap the top button on the top and spin the gear up to your preference and press the trigger button to finish it. Lastly, just like the Memorial Zenkaijo line, using any other Avatar/Sentai gears will play the same way as their DX counterparts in any mode. The only difference just being it being played out of a higher quality speaker. It's not even like Zenkaijo's case where the little background noises are present. In that case, special avatar gears such as the one from the single alongside Zenkaijo's are reduced to playing a generic special sound. Should be noted too that the Avatar Kiwami gear is not changed to its associated sounds. In fact, no Godon Momotaro sounds are present. As it should be noted, Omikoshi Phoenix does not even fit on the top slot anymore. On the flip side though, Danjura Goku/Toravolt can be read in this version. As a bonus for this review, we will take a look at the King Ultra Robotaro gear that was obtained when pre-ordering this release within its first 3 weeks. Taking a look at the gear, it's in vain to the other prior Robotaro gears, but with King Ultra front and center, and it's numbered as B105. Using this in the Donblaster will play out its appearance from episode 45 in Memorial mode, while playing a unique sound in normal mode. In any DX items for DONBROTHERS, it's what you expected. Overall, the Donblaster Memorial Edition is another nice release. It retains the playability of the original DX release, but with little touches of show accuracy without it hampering the original experience. If I had to point out flaws, they're basically the same ones I've had with the Geartlinger. Mainly, the Senpaijo gears that were used in the show don't have any additional phrases or sounds associated with them, as their sounds are unaltered. For example, using Akibaranger in Inu Brothers mode will not trigger any special sounds and will just play out as whatever it's usually done in that mode. Overall though, despite not being too different in terms of sounds from the DX version, besides the exclusion of unreleased sounds, and if you're a big fan of DONBROTHERS, I'll recommend it, but I understand that to some people, the additions added to this release are not enough to warrant the purchase. Anyways, that'll have to do with this written review. This is Ryder, and I'll leave you people. Hello people, this is Ryder here with a written review of the Avatar Sentai DONBROTHERS Zanglassword Memorial Edition. Released on Premium Bandai, this is an upscale version of the DX toy released the year prior. Taking a look at the box, It's in resemblance of Don Momotaro performing his finisher, even stretching to the top and bottom of the box. The sides show off the contents and what is compatible with, while at the back of the box has the Don brothers about to perform their final attack. Opening the setup, we have a plastic tray that is holding the Zanglassword, and underneath it, the Don Onitaijin Robotaro gear. Of course, there is a QR code to access the PDF file for instructions. Looking at the Memorial Edition of the Zanglassword, this is a 140% upscale of the original DX toy. For it being a sword, the increased size feels nice in the hand. Besides that, to make itself more screen accurate, the Zanglassword is now a lot more thinner in proportion compared to its DX counterpart. The tip of the blade is pointier, so be careful. The yellow that was originally painted on the DX one is now plastic, and of course we have screw holes that are now covered. Taking a look at the Don Onitaijin Robotaro gear, this is different to the one that was originally released as a campaign item to the Robo's original release, as that one just used Don Momotaro's notches. This one is numbered as B123. Unfortunately though, unlike the Don Robotaro gear and King Ultra Robotaro gears that were released with the Memorial Edition Donblaster, the yellow transparent plastic used here is reverted back to the DX's mustard yellow as opposed to the nice clear yellow. Using it in the Memorial Donblaster will give us the sound of Don Onitaijin enlarging itself. As for what it does in any of the DX Don Brothers items, it's what you expected. To turn the Zanglassword on, you want to pull off the back cover of the handle, then switch it on below the battery compartment, taking 2 AA batteries. Just like the Donblaster, we are in Memorial mode. If you want the voices off, hold the trigger button down, and switch the sword on at the same time to be in DX mode. After switching it on, we can press the trigger button for various slashes. Like the Donblaster, every press will have Taro's voice. Just like the DX version, if you were to hold down the trigger button, you will get the sound for the charged slash. Then spinning the gear up to 4 times, you will perform the Momotaro Zan, now accompanied with the sounds of the other Don brothers. Lastly, in order to achieve the standalone Avataro Zan, as opposed to just spinning the gear again, you have to hold down the trigger button, then spin the gear up to 4 times. Some minor things I would like to point out. 1. Since this toy has 2-channel audio, whenever you are performing a finisher, you do not need to have Taro finishing his announcement, as it will still play out no matter when you press the trigger button. 2nd is that the amount of LEDs have been increased from the 4 in the DX version to 13 in this version, thus becoming a really beautiful light show. Moving on to the back buttons, the right button is the designated BGM button, containing 3 BGM tracks: Sakuratsu Hisatsu Ogi, Tokinaha Busakari Yu Kotomo, and Tsuki no Mizo's Shiru. Unlike the Donblaster, the BGM suffers the same compression problems as the Geartlinger, where they get washed out by the sound effects during play, probably because the entirety of Tsuki no Mizo Shiru is in the thing. The left button is the dialogue button, comprising up to 41 lines between Taro and Sonoi, with Saruhara in like 2 lines for some reason. In DX mode, it plays the soul sound. In Memorial mode, holding down the dialogue button indicates 3 sequences of the Momotaro Zan with Jiro. First 2 being with Goku and Toravolt respectively, while the last one is the 6 Dawn Brothers together. Holding down the BGM button will do the Momotaro Zan attack of the Dawn Brothers for you instead of doing it manually. Lastly, you can replicate the Momotaro Zan from the final episode by holding down both dialogue and BGM buttons, followed by you rapidly spinning the gear up to your satisfaction. Now, its compatibility with the Donblaster is still intact from the DX version, which with your gear of choice already loaded in the Donblaster, press the Zanglassword down on the top button of the Donblaster to connect the 2 IR sensors together. After the Donblaster plays its sound, the Zanglassword is set off and remains in a standby phase until the trigger button is pressed. Unlike the DX version, the Donblaster no longer plays the rhythmic beats as they are integrated into the Zanglassword, meaning you don't have to worry about timing the 2 together now. On the flip side though, using any Senpaija gears will still indicate their specific finishers. However, with this release to replicate its one usage within the show, Taro will announce a finisher for the 12 Senpaija gears alongside the King Ultra Rope Taro gear. Using any other gear will remain close to how the original DX toy played out, and using Donjiro Goku / Toravolt is a similar sound when you hold down the dialogue button, just that the Zanglassword adds the announcement of either 2 to accompany the others that are in the Donblaster. Overall, the Zanglassword Memorial Edition is a great release. Just like all the other Memorial items we covered thus far, it takes the DX toy that was already pretty nice, but expands on certain aspects that help make it stand out. Like with the Donblaster, while the carryovers and additional things added aren't assuring enough for a demand of purchase, honestly, I feel the Zanglassword's playability is more worthwhile than the Donblaster itself. The fact they even bothered to expand on the Senpaija aspect of this toy is really cool, even if it's just attack names. I still have to give it to them for at least giving us lines for using specific gears as opposed to the Donblaster. Overall though, I highly recommend getting the Zanglassword as it makes the Donblaster feel more complete in terms of playability, and it's just fun swinging around. That'll have to do with this written review. This is Ryder, and I'll leave you people. Hello people, this is Ryder here with a written review of the Ninja Sentai Akibaranger Doron Changer 30th Anniversary Edition. Released on Premium Bandai, this is an updated re-release of the Super Sentai Artisan version released back in 2016, but as in the name, a release to commemorate the 30th anniversary of the show itself alongside the TTFC special. Taking a look at the box, it's in vein of the opening with the setting being a shadowy field with ninja red on the front. The sides show off the contents and the anniversary logo, while the back of the box has the Akabarangers and the warnings/cautions. Opening the setup, we have a plastic tray that is holding the Doron Changer and the 5 Kakure medals. Of course, there is a QR code to access the PDF file for instructions. Looking at the 30th anniversary edition of the Doron Changer, the base of it retains its look from the Artisan version, to which that version was heavily based on the original release back in '94. The body's mainly black plastic with nice gold textured chrome on the front. The kanji on the shutter is painted really nicely, alongside the shapes colored to each Akibaranger. And lastly, it has this thick red string attached to the top of it, which with this gold ball, you can adjust it to your fitting. Taking a look at the 5 Kakure medals, they are very simple in terms of design, as each represents the shapes of each Akibaranger, which when flipped around, it's just the design mirrored. Of course, since they are metals, they are indeed die cast, so they are weighty and slippery in the hands. To turn the Doron Changer on, there's no on and off switch. Instead, you pull off the battery cover, insert the 2 AAA batteries, and you're set. For extra reassurance, just press the reset button. By default, you're in what is labeled as basic mode, which plays out how the Super Sentai Artisan release did. Top button plays the communication sounds, while the bottom button plays the transmission sounds. To which, to prepare the Doron Changer for transmission, lightly press the bottom button to open the shutter, set the Kakure medal of your choice into the center, close the shutter up, then press the bottom button down to get the transmission with BGM, or hold it down without it. A weird change from the Artisan version, if I might ask. To remove the metal out of the slot, you want to hold down this lever from the back and hit it to your palm until it falls out. It should also be of note that you can store your unused metals in the Doron Changer by opening up this hatch and placing them in, as it will give it some weight. Next, to switch modes in this release, you want to hold both the top and bottom buttons down to cycle between 7 other modes. These modes comprise of Akibaranger mode, each individual mode for each Akibaranger, and 30th anniversary mode. For all of these modes, the top button becomes the phrases/sound effects button, while the bottom button retains to be the transformation button. Though unlike the basic mode, to do the simplified transformation, the button needs to be double tapped. This is due to the BGM features, to which, to access the BGM tracks, you want to hold down the top button to cycle between the 4 tracks. Secret Akibaranger TV size, 2 edits of the BGM track Super Henge Doron Changer, and Ninja Mateno Kids TV size. Lastly, if you were to hold down the transformation button, it sets itself to transformation with BGM indicated by the junction music. Alternatively, you can hold down the BGM button and play as usual. The modes comprise of the same features from one another, as they retain phrases from whose mode you are in, as Akibaranger and 30th anniversary modes will have the entire team plus Ninja Man and Junior, while Goro shows up in anniversary mode only. For the most part, the phrases comprise of the roll call, callouts to the weapons, ninja arts, and mecha, and then 1 additional phrase. Transforming in each Akibaranger mode has the roll call immediately after the transformation. And transforming in anniversary mode does something interesting. Overall, the Doron Changer 30th Anniversary Edition is a great release. For people like me who did not have the chance to obtain the Super Sentai Artisan release, this is a big upgrade. Yeah, no Ninja Man figure included, but honestly, the new features added make up its absence. While it would have been neat if there were more dialogue along as we recorded, sound effects pertaining to the mechs, or more music tracks added, I feel we should at least feel honored that they even managed to get the core cast to come back to re-record dialogue for this release in the first place. The only gripes I really have about this toy is that you really have to press the buttons down, as sometimes they don't respond to your input. This is evident when you're trying to do the quick transformations in each individual Akibaranger modes, and we've already brought up how you have to take the metal out. However, if you are a big Akibaranger fan like myself, I highly recommend picking up this release whenever you can. That'll have to do with this written review. This is Ryder, and I'll leave you people. Hello people, this is Ryder here with the written review of the Ultraman powered Ultra Replica Flash Prism. Released on Premium Bandai, this is a release to commemorate the 30th anniversary of the show itself. Taking a look at the box, it follows the typical Ultra Replica box design, with it primarily being black, powered front and center with the name of the product alongside him, the sides having the winner logo, the top having the show logo, while the bottom and the back of the box have the warning and caution disclaimers. Opening the setup, we have a plastic tray holding the contents. As for instructions, there is a QR code at the lower corner of the box, taking you to the PDF file when scanned. Looking at the Flash Prism assembled, as in the case with most Ultra Replicas, it is heavily based on the show prop, which is why in this case, it is actually a decrease in terms of size compared to the DX release. In terms of detail, the Flash Prism is simple with its silver base color with red accents, and the transparent blue tips and green orbs to emit the LEDs. Also, the Flash Prism is really light in weight and fits comfortably in the hand. Now to look at the other inclusion within this release is the display stand. Very basic, as it's just clear plastic with the copyright and the molding of the Flash Prism to hold it in. It's not that impressive, but it does the job. To turn the Flash Prism on, you want to pull off the back cover by digging your nail into the slot, pulling the pull tab out, then closing it back up like so. By default, we are in Sound Battler mode, to which derives its name from the figure line from 30 years prior. In this mode, by pressing the A button, it plays the sound of whatever powered kaiju is selected, which in order to cycle through the kaijus, just hold down the A button, to which there are 17 kaijus to choose from as they are listed by appearance order. When you have selected your kaiju, you can press the B button to transform into Ultraman Powered by simply clutching the Flash Prism into your hand. Transformed as Powered, by pressing the B button, you cycle through 5 grunts of Powered, which derive from the Japanese dub. Holding the B button down, you can cycle through 3 finishing attacks of Powered. Last thing you can do in this state is holding down the A button to play the color timer sound. From this point on, you can replicate the play pattern of the Sound Battler series by pressing the A and B buttons back and forth as if Powered was fighting off a kaiju. If you want to change your kaiju out or are done playing in Powered's transform state, simply press the A and B buttons together to get the flight sound of Powered. Lastly, to switch between modes, just like cancelling out the transformation, hold down the A and B buttons to switch into Simple Mode, which allows you to cycle between the 2 sound variants of Powered's Rise. Pressing the A button plays off the firing sound of the Sky Hunter. Overall, the Ultra Replica Flash Prism is a nice release. For sure, this is a really niche release compared to what was released prior, but I think that's what makes this release special. Yeah, it's unfortunate that this release does not have BGM or phrases from any media Powered was involved in, but I feel content with what they managed to pack in with this small item internally. The only thing I feel should have been included are the modern Powered grunts from Ultra Galaxy Fight, but I mean, we're just going to have to go back to the toys from Deckard onwards for that. All in all, if you're a big fan of Powered like I am, then I highly recommend picking this up, especially for it being inexpensive compared to previous Ultra Replicas. That'll have to do with this written review. This is Ryder, and I'll leave you people. Hello people, this is Ryder here with a written review of the Ultraman Orb, Ultra Replica Orb Ring. Released on Premium Bandai, this is a release that can be considered a commemoration of the 5th anniversary of the show itself, but it was mostly to tie into Ultraman's 55th and Tiga's 25th respectively. Taking a look at the box, we have a new box design for the Ultra Replica series, as color is now prominent as the box fits itself well within Orb's aesthetic. Opening the setup, we have a plastic tray holding the contents and the instructions underneath, though these printed instructions only have a sampling, so to get the full instructions, scan this QR code. Looking at the Orb Ring, this is an entirely new mold compared to the DX release in order to be one-to-one with the show's prop. Despite that, it maintains a similar feel to its DX counterpart. The detail is comprised of the black handle with a metallic red button on the right side, alongside additional buttons on each side of the handle. The center of it has this red piece complemented with the silver center on top of it for scanning the fusion cards. The fins are in the same color scheme as the center handle, as the ring has this milky blue heel within the plastic, and the back just has silver to fill out the design. By itself, all you can do is press the red button on the handle to drop the fins down to hear a nice heavy drop, then collapse them back in to form it back to its original mode. Comparing it to the DX release, the biggest difference is that the handle size for this release has been increased to fit adult hands as opposed to a kid's hand. The LEDs have also been increased from 2 to 18 thanks to the newly added LED strip. And lastly, the Ultra Replica version is a lot heavier in terms of handling as opposed to the DX one because of that. Secondly, are the included fusion cards, as it comes with 22 in total, to which the first 16 comprise of the cards seen within Orb media. Ultraman, Tiga Multitype, Taro, Mebius, Jack, Zero, Zolfi, Belial, Orb Origin, Ginga, Victory, X, and 7. The next 3 comprise of the latter TDG Ultras, Dyna Flash Type, Gaia, and Ogle V2. Then lastly, to round up the set, we have 6 new fusion cards comprising of the Ultras after Orb: Jeed Primitive, Rosso Flame, Blue Aqua, Taiga, Zet Original, and Trigger Multitype. These cards are similar to what was released within the DX Fusion Card Complete set in terms of appearance, as the Ultra Fusion Fight attributes and katakana have been removed in place of the Ultra Ring glitch. Other than that, what sets these cards apart from the DX release ones is the card stock, as it's more firmer and solid, meaning that it will not get destroyed as easily, though still be careful as some of my cards have already been dented out of play. For the last thing included is the annual stand, coming in 2 pieces and molded in black plastic. Once you get them together, it's a decent stand. You can even put the DX one on it as their molds are similar. To turn the Orb Ring on, you want to pull off the back cover and locate the power switch underneath the battery compartment, to which it takes 3 AA batteries. As the switch is in the middle, you have 2 options. Switching it to the left will set you in Orb Ring mode, which allows you to play with it as usual, while switching it to the right will set you in Kurenai Gaim mode, allowing for you to recreate transformation sequences from Orb media and disables you from free playing. Going over Orb Ring mode first, it essentially plays as the DX release, but of course these additional buttons add new features. For the left side, pressing it once cycles through 153 phrases of Guy from the following Orb media: Ultraman Orb the Show, Ultraman Orb the Movie, Ultra Fight Orb, Ultraman G the Movie, and Ultra Galaxy Fight New Generation Heroes. And if I were to play some selected dialogue,
一番風呂は地球上において最高の贅沢だ。死んじまったらどんな秘密も解き明かせないぜ。平和だな。明日ここに怪獣が現れるなんて誰も知らない。こんな穏やかな日常が明日も明後日もずっと続けばいい。闇は永遠じゃない。唯一永遠なもの、それは愛だ。相変わらずバカなやつだ。ありがとう。新しい力。 どうした？宇宙の平和を守るんじゃなかったのか？お前たちがO50のロッソとブルか。よろしくな。ちょっくら戦闘行ってくるわ。ああ、ラムネ用意しといてくれ。
So do you remember the VS Memorial set? Yeah, so basically, just like the Memorial Z-Riser, Bandai was provided permission from Tsuburaya to use direct audio from the show.
俺に用があるんだろう。だったら人間を巻き込むな。俺に用があるんだろう。だったら人間を巻き込むな。お前が捨てた力だ。
This wouldn't be so bothersome if it wasn't so edited poorly. Background noises are so apparent that it's distracting, transitions barely exist, and I assume the use of reverb is there because it was originally there to begin with. Anyways, holding down the dialogue button in this mode sets the orb ring in display mode, allowing for you to choose in a selection of 10 light settings to keep it on. As for the bottom button, this is the BGM button. We have the TV size versions for both Orb no Inori and Shine Your Orb, Kurenai Gai's theme, Orb Nika, and then the themes for each respective orb form. Even Orb Trinity! Though I guess because of the size capacity, half of the BGM tracks just fade out as opposed to playing in full. It's just the Gokai Cellular again. In addition to playing the BGM, if you want to have it play after using a fusion card, select your track by pressing through, then hold the button down on that track, then play as usual. Speaking of which, to use fusion cards with the Orb Ring, you need to activate the device first with 3 methods, all having to do with this button. Method 1, hold the button down until it rings. Method 2, double tap the button. Method 3, reenact the show by pressing the button once and wave the ring around to activate, as a motion sensor has been added for this sake. Next, you can use a single card to hear the respective sounds of that ultra by scanning the card near the center of the ring, pressing the button once to open the fins to hear the transformation, then press it again for the finisher. To do a fusion, simply use 2 compatible cards and scan them from one another, then do the same process as playing with a single card. Though, if you do an orb fusion of any kind, you can cycle through 2 finisher attacks. For this release, you are capable of doing fusions up to the currently running series at the time, Trigger. You can also still use your existing DX Fusion / Kaiju cards within this release to do some interesting combinations. Moving on to Kurenai Gaim mode, most of the features remain the same except for some, such as instead of display mode, we have transformation scene selection, where holding this button down allows us to cycle through 11 modes of transformations. This comprises of Spacium Zeparion, Birdmite, Hurricane Slash, Thunderbreaster First Transformation, Thunderbreaster Power of Darkness and Light, Thunderbreaster Power of Light and Darkness, Orb Origin, Orb Trinity, Lightning Attacker, Emerald Slugger, and Spacium Zeparion Final Episode. For the most part, it plays the same as the Orb Ring mode, just that for the most part the forms in this mode have more sounds to cycle through than the two in the other mode, unless if you're Lightning Attacker. Also, Orb Origin mode is the only mode you can actually hear the color timer. Okay. This mode isn't too bad, it's just that the audio editing is...
抱き光となる
Because of this mode being comprised of solely pre-existing audio and not a mix of the two like the Memorial Z-Riser or the Premium Hyperkeys, you're essentially having to rush yourself into getting the timing right for the transformations as they are not paced out well. Last thing about this mode is that after cancelling the transformation out, if you were to stick Taro, Mebius, Jack, or Zero in the middle, you would trigger the sound of the fusion card materializing for them respectively.
やはり封印していたのはウルトラマン太郎さんの力でしたか。お疲れさんです。これから世話になります。マガバッサーを封印していたのはウルトラマンメビウスさんの力でしたか。お疲れさんです。
Overall, the Ultra Replica Orb Ring is unfortunately not good. To get to the stuff I like about it, the LEDs are phenomenal. They light the ring up really nicely and makes mixing colors more engaging. Plus, Orb Origin can now be paired with other cards now, so it's really nice to have one side being a full 7 LED and the other side being whatever card you put in. The playability is still as fun as the DX release for the most part, as it retains the majority of the fusions that one did with updates here and there to be more accurate to how those fusions were actually done. Also, for someone that didn't pick up any of the DX complete sets, it's nice to have show accurate fusion cards or ones I have never owned previously. But let's get nitpicky. I don't like the card designs for the Pulsed Orb Ultras. They're really bland in terms of consistency with the prior ones, as they tend to be in a pose in pairs of 2, while these 6 are just standing there. Like, at least Rosso and Blue are doing that a bit, but it's not much. Heck, the Chinese exclusive cards look more in line with the rest, and they're just suit pictures. In terms of playing with them, it's nice that, just like the Ginga Spark, they got the voice actor of the device to come back to record new announcements, but they're so half-baked as they now practically function as if they were kaiju cards, as they didn't bother having him record the finisher attacks. Also, this has to be noted too, but despite there being audio updates to certain cards, the majority of the kaijus remain untouched for the most part. It's to the point that I've heard that the 2 movie exclusive kaijus don't even read in this thing? Like, what the heck? Also, while I do appreciate the addition of the motion sensor, I feel the toy is too heavy to solely rely on it every time, as every attempt I do the motions for the activation, I feel like I'm going to end up dropping it. Then of course, what I think hurts this release the most is the audio. The editing is sloppy as most of the audio clips just stop abruptly. Doing fusion ups is distracting because of that announcement just being ripped from the show when they clearly have a clean version. And the technically good sounding audio just sounds cruddy because it sounds like they literally dumped the existing sounds of the DX release that were not orb related, to which were already compressed to begin with, and called it a day because wow, nothing sounds pristine in this toy at all. They literally installed a speaker that can play things loudly and called it a day. Also, it just kinda sucks that all of the orb audio is like all audio that only has Guy included. I would have liked if Orb Ring mode had like the versions from the toy, just higher quality. But speaking of that, like just the audio quality is what I would expect out of a bootleg release. Yet bootleg releases have cleaner audio than an official release? Heck, I can rip audio cleaner than this!
Professor, what if I get hacked? 카리나, 재밌는 거 보여줄까? 나이비스, 넌 같이 안 가? 알고리즘을 파악했어. 이걸 막으려면
What's more baffling is that they clearly did get Guy's actor to record new lines, mainly to congratulate the 25th anniversary for TDG, and to my surprise, announcements for the Ultra Fusion Fight exclusive forms, as I thought those were from the game until double checking. I'm glad that later Ultraman releases do not carry the flaws this release has, for the most part, but should that deter you from getting it yourself? In a technicality, yes, but most people are not going to care as they're only going to focus on the fusion card aspect rather than the product as a whole. So for as someone who was really excited for this release from the beginning, only to be slapped in the face with what was provided with the final product, I'm pretty disappointed with what we got at the end of the day. That will have to do with this written review. This is Ryder, and I'll leave you people. Hello people, this is Ryder here with a written review of the Ultraman Orb Ultra Replica Ultra Fusion Card Special Set. Released on Premium Bandai, this is a release that is to coincide with the Ultra Replica Orb Ring. Taking a look at the box, it's very simple as it's in line with a typical playing card box with the design carrying over from the Orb Ring. The sides of the box, with the back, not really providing anything but cautions and warnings. Opening the setup, we have all the cards in a plastic bag with printed instructions included that only state out the contents. Speaking of contents, taking a look at the fusion cards, this set comprises of 35 in total, to which we will break it down by the following. The release batch comprises of Ace, Leo, 80, Tia Power and Sky types, Dyna Strong and Miracle types, Cosmos Luna mode, Justice Crusher mode, Max, Nexus Junus, Ultimate Zero, and Hikari. The next 4 comprise of unreleased cards that were programmed into the original toy. Father and Mother of Ultra, Astra, and King. Lastly, just like the Orb Ring, we have fusion cards comprising of characters after Orb. Grigio, Titus, Fuma, Trigger Power and Sky types, Glitter Trigger Eternity, Trigger Dark, Tregear, Reboot, Belial Atrocious, Zero Beyond, Regulos, Ultimate Shining Zero, Absolute Tartarus, Diablo, and Titan. Then at the time, 2 secret cards, Ultraman Special and Justice Standard mode. Definitely a weird decision to keep them hidden, but nevertheless, just like we previously mentioned, these cards are in similar vein to the DX Fusion Card Complete sets that were released back in Rube, where their appearance is now show accurate as opposed to the original look they took for the sake of Ultra Fusion Fight. To which these cards are a nice solid piece of cardstock and are more seamless compared to their DX counterparts. Of course, just be aware of denting the cards up. In which, in typical fashion, we have 2 ways of playing with these fusion cards, either by themselves or by pairing them up with other cards. So let's show a sampling of that.
ビヨンド、ウルトラマンジードプリミティブ、ウルトラマンメディアアトロシアス、ウルトラフュージョン、ウルトラマン Z デルタライズクローン、ウルトラマントリガーマルチタイプ、トリガーガード、トリガートゥルース。
Just to know a few things. Leo's grunt is finally added after being absent since the X Divisor. Form change cards have been updated to actually feature their sound of form changing, but remain the finisher of their original form. Because of that, this Nexus Junus card is actually a new card, as the previous released Nexus card is read as Enfants. Regulos, the other Absolutians that aren't Tartarus, and Trigger Truth have generic sounds, most likely because they weren't finalized when the Orb Ring was in production. Grand Saber Zero cannot be achieved for some reason. ウルトラマンオーブ、スラッガーエース。 Also forgot to bring up that Titus and Fuma's attack sounds were swapped. Overall, the Ultra Replica Ultra Fusion card special set is fine. For someone that didn't get either DX complete sets, it's nice to finally have 80, Dyna, Miracle, and Nexus to round out all of the Orb Fusions. Of course, it's nice to do the post-Orb Fusions too, but I've gotten that feel already with the Z-Riser. As I've already said previously, my only gripe with this set are the new cards, as the designs are very generic and don't really blend themselves well with the existing ones. Other than that, you can't really complain about a set like this in extravagant detail when the only thing weighing it down are the new stuff that weren't even from the show to begin with. That would to do with this written review. This is Ryder, and I'll leave you people. Hello people, this is Ryder here with a written review of aespa's 5th mini-album, Whiplash. Just like with their first album, Armageddon's limited version, the CD player version, Whiplash also has a limited version that coincided with the Beat, Speed, and SM mini versions. Taking a look at the packaging, it has the whip mixer front and back, in similar vein to the digital cover. Taking a look at the sides though, reveals to us which member version it is. Of course, there are 4 member versions of this release, so in the case of this review, we will be covering Ning Ning's version. Taking the plastic off and opening the box, we can remove the contents of the album out. First of all is the photo book, comprising of the Unbeatable Beat concept photos with all 4 members plus their newly updated eye designs, alongside the lyrics and the credits at the end. The photo book itself is slim and straight to the point, held down by 2 staples. As long as you're not rough with it, shouldn't fall apart. However, when you first open the photo book, you are greeted by the small inclusions and the CD. Taking the CD out of the paper sleeve, we have 1 out of 4 labels correlated to which member version you've picked up, which then the track list for this mini-album comprises of the following tracks. Title track, Whiplash, with its B-sides, Kill It, Flights, Not Feelings, Pink Hoodie, Flowers, and Just Another Girl. Then for the inclusions, we have 6 stickers, 2 of these being the Whip Mixer and the Whiplash title text, while these 4 are of the eyes. Then we have a paper wristband that just has Whiplash repeated all over it. Lastly, we have 5 included photo cards that are guaranteed. The individual photo cards of Karina, Giselle, Winter, and Ning Ning taking place during the photo shoot of the Unforgettable concept, while the group photo card is shot during the filming of the music video. Speaking of the Unforgettable concept, the next item to take a look at is the tabloid. Similar to what was released during My World, for being newspaper adjacent, it's pretty interesting. It's kind of hard to page through, but it's nice nevertheless. Moving on, we have our poster, which is weirdly randomized between these 2 photos from Unbeatable Beat, to which then I just pulled this particular poster. Then lastly, the big selling point of this release of the album is the member-specific t-shirt. The front art of the t-shirt is the same one seen previously on these stickers, while the back of the shirt has the track list previously mentioned. And overall, the quality of the shirt is nice, it's soft and comfortable, especially for it being in 4XL or whatever these measurements are. Overall, this is a fine release. If this is the only version of Whiplash you pick up, it's definitely solid for sure, but if you already own the other versions of this album, it's definitely not necessary of a pickup, especially for its price of $50. Now, I'm not one to call out price points as everyone has their own perspective of what's considered worth it, and for what's been covered on here, we can argue that some of the things that were priced at $50 shouldn't have been in the first place. But seeing that the photo cards are fully guaranteed and the quality of the shirt, I do think the price point is fair, though that's just because it's random who you get. If you're actually trying to secure Karina and Winter, for example, their prices are horrible, but you're trying to secure Giselle and Ningning, their prices aren't too bad. So for the most part, you're mainly getting this either for the sake of collecting the photo cards or for obtaining the shirt. However, you want to do some dirty work, you can go to Superbuy and find these shirts for less than what the official ones are actually for. Yeah, it'll take a while for them to actually come to you, but you will save a lot more.
I feel like I'm forgetting something. Where's... Oh. Oh shoot, I have to pick up my pre-order! Yeah, so it actually turned out I did not pre-order Dirty Work. I instead was scammed to buying the entirety of the abandoned Joann's 2 stores away from Barnes & Noble. But hey, I have a lifetime supply of fabric on me.
Hey everyone, GhostGreen90 here, filling in for Ryder with a written review of the Ultimate Seiken set from Kamen Rider Saber. Released in the premium Bandai range as a companion piece to the previously released Kaiken Rekka Sound Update Edition the year prior. This is an upscale version of the Seiken Sword Driver and an upgraded version to the previously released in China. Taking a look at the long box, we have a slick front cover with Saber and the name of the product alongside the back consisting of blades and a spada on all sides of the box. Taking it out of the box requires you to open it from the front, and as you'll see, you'll be greeted with the contents of the set. 3 emblems, a portion of the instruction manual, scan the QR code for the full version, and lastly the Seiken blade itself. Looking at the Seiken, this is a 230% increase from the DX counterpart, lastly making the DX version puny in comparison. Also, as a result of it not being 1-to-1 with the prop scale. Also, comparing it to the Zanglassword Memorial Edition, it easily beats it. Unlike the Chinese release, which was literally an upscale from the DX version, this release takes it up a notch and adds silver paint to the entire Seiken, giving it a nice metallic silver finish. Though, just be careful with handling it, as the paint can easily be rubbed off when playing with it. Speaking of handling, this is a very weighty piece, as I'll recommend that you handle it with 2 hands, as in attempting to replicate the actions from the show will cause your hand to become sore from all that weight, especially when it comes to the Seiken emblems. Seiken emblems are made up of the same clear plastic that the DX ones are made up of, just more durable and make this really fun plastic sound. In comparison to those versions, they're significantly bigger and easily dwarf them. But now, to play with the Seiken, all you need to do is provide 3 AAA batteries onto the back of the Seiken handle. And you have 2 options for modes. Simply switching the switch into on will set the Seiken into its default mode, while holding down the trigger and switching it on will set it into voice mode. By default, without an emblem attached, the Seiken will be set to Kaiken Rekka, so the emblem can be easily set into the gap within the middle. Yeah. Unlike the DX version, the emblems no longer have NFC chips within, instead simply relying on a button press within the Seiken's gap here for when each Seiken is activated. They have only one sole slashing sound in dialogue mode, and just like the Sound Update Edition, you have 4 character cries per slash. What you can also do at this point is press this back button once to cycle through 6 BGM tracks from the series, which are the following. I will decide the end of the story, Deadly Reading, Kamen Rider Saber theme, Wonder Combo, Almighty the Master Promise TV size, and rewrite the story short version. Now then, to transform into your respective forms of each rider, you need to hold down the BGM button and wait until that form-specific sequence of sounds is up to the standby and then let it go. Speaking of which, the forms that are included with this toy are the following. For Saber, you have Brave Dragon, Crimson Dragon, Draconic Knight, Emotional Dragon, Primitive Dragon, Elemental Primitive Dragon, Superhero Senki, and Almighty Saber, which the latter two forms were later additions due to the space still being present within the board, as they were not going to be included originally because of their respective books being released within the same time frame. For blades, you have Lion Senki, Fantastic Lion, King Lion Dai Senki, and Tatakami Hyoju Senki. And finally, for Espada, you have Lambda Alangina and Golden Alangina. Unfortunately, Arabiana Night couldn't have been included due to the Wonder Ride book not being released yet, but it's neither here nor there. For the dialogue, they all carry over from the Sound Update edition, excluding Superhero Senki, as they come from their respective Wonder Ride books themselves. Then, to do the Hisatsugiri, just hold down the trigger and then let it go and initiate the attack sound. As you can tell, the majority of the sounds are going off of their first appearances, unless it's Emotional Dragon, which never got to do a Hisatsugiri on screen. Also to note with this release, there are no bell finishers, as they expect you to do those sounds within the Sound Update version. Lastly, by pressing the Wonder Mark at the tip of the Seiken, you can also do the Shitoka Isens. However, to stay accurate to the show, you can only do one book selection at a time. With this button, it includes the main book finishers for Saber, Blades, Espada, Buster, Kenzan, and Slash, and the transformation books for Caliber, Sabella, Durandal, and the unreleased Kinobuki Gennobuki book. And of course for Wonder Almighty, which is the only sound to play on its sequence. Now, I'm going to be honest with you all, I don't actually have this sword in my collection, but given the fact that I've seen multiple videos about this product itself, it's definitely one of the more definitive experiences, and probably the first instance of a memorial/CSM style item to be released within the toy line's year. I mean, sure, it's not perfect, but it has all of the major bells and whistles, accurate attack sounds, the henshin tunes, all of the stuff is included. And sure that it is going to be a heavy piece of equipment, but that doesn't mean that it shouldn't be discouraged. Now sure, there are a few glaring flaws included with this, but I think the positives outweigh the negatives in this sense. Now if I had the time, the space, and the money, I would buy this in a heartbeat. And sure, it would be a little bit weird to have a giant sword in my room, but I think just for this instance, I'd be fine with it. I mean, after all, I love Saber to pieces. However, though, for Ryder's opinions on this, he thinks it's a nice diversion from the typical Memorial release, as since this release doesn't need to worry about dumping character phrases, as it's allowed to focus on the handling and the appearance aspects alongside the traditional one-to-one reconstruction of the transformations and finishers. Though he thinks there were a couple of weird inclusions, or rather exclusions, with this release. For example, Kento's finisher announcement for Golden L and Gina, as it was present in the sound update edition, is removed. Wonder Almighty playing sounds that were not present in the show, and of course the emblems have a tendency of being knocked out the Seiken during play, causing their chrome to flake off as well, which is a bit of an annoying flaw. He also wanted to bring up that because of how loud this toy is, Bandai themselves suggested to consumers just put tape over the loudspeaker. But like I said before, however, the positives outweigh the negatives despite the glaring choices that they've made. But in my personal opinion, it's a fine addition to any CSM style collection, and of course it did pave the way for future releases, because as it stands right now, there are 3 Ultimate Dai Seikens out there on the market right now, which I think is awesome.
Before I say thanks for watching, and this is Gokai1290 signing out, Ryder just wanted me to let you all know thank you for getting to 1,000 subscribers, and that he's sorry it took him 3 years to film the 1,000 subscriber special. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Bye-bye.
Seiken, kono ato sugu. Hello, I am Seiken. I am back with a written review of the complete style gigantic Garoken from Garo, and I am too enthusiastic about it. Released on Premium Bandai, this is the first weapon within the CSG line to not be a Kamen Rider entry. Taking a look at the box, just like other prior CSG boxes, it's mainly black but with Garo up front and center, while the sides and the back of the box are composed of Saejima Koga. Opening the box from the side, we have a long plastic trap with the cardboard cover, with the contents of the set alongside the instruction manual. Looking at the Garoken, this release was made from the basis of the prop, making the length of this up to 40 inches. In centimeters is 101, which in comparison to the Ultimate Seiken, yeah, compensating. Despite the length, the Garoken is actually pretty light, but that also means that you should not be swinging it around as if you're slaying horrors. The outer blade is painted silver, with the gradient extending to the middle of the blade, which is a separate piece of black plastic covered in intricate silver decals. While the bottom half of the Garoken is black plastic covered entirely in gold plating, along with silver and black accents with clear red plastic. However, in CSG fashion, there is die-cast metal within the handle. Speaking of the handle, with the long length you can hold it with 1 or 2 hands. Next are the 6 black pieces that when put together form 2 pedestals for the Garoken to stand on. There isn't really too much to go on them besides containing the copyright information, but they do the job. Now, to turn the Garoken on, you'll need to pull out the back panel of the handle, and once you do, you install the 2 AAA batteries that are located below the power switch. As they are lettered, A mode is default mode, while B mode is dialogue mode. Both modes have the same functions, so it's just more toggling Koga's voice on and off. But after doing so, you click the back panel back into position, and go from there. Firstly, the silver button from the back when pressed is the BGM button comprising of 5 tracks. Theme of Garo. Garo, Savior in the Dark, 2021 version. Garo, Makai Senki with Jam Project. Waganawa Garo, and Summoning. Then, with the facing down button, that is the dialogue button, which allows you to cycle through 58 phases of Koga from the following Garo media. Garo, Beast of the Demon Knight. Red Requiem, Makai Senki, Lament of the Dark Dragon, Moonbow Traveler, with Makai Retsuren the only one being absent, which is kinda sad, honestly. Holding the dialogue button down will switch to Saejima Tiger mode, which will play these 2 phases.
今日からお前がガロの称号を受け継ぐのだ。守りし者となれ。そして強くなれ。
Even though all the voice clips are ripped straight out of the shows and movies, they managed to sound a lot better than whatever Ultra Replicas been doing. And if you can't tell, here's a comparison.
ホラーに勝利された。すでに貴様の魂は死んだんだ。ホラーに勝利されたとき、すでに貴様の魂は死んだんだ。本当に大切でかけがえのない人をホラーなどにできるものか。貴様の愛も
Now as for the button facing up, that's the attack button. However, when you first switch it on, you have 3 options of transformations. Pressing the button will summon the Garo armor with the background chants. Holding down the button will do the quick transformation, and pressing the BGM button and the trigger button simultaneously will set it into what's called Kiba Battle Mode, aka Master Garo. I will never get tired of that. When transformed, you can cycle through 4 battle cries Okoga with each attack. In Kiba Battle Mode, you get the dialogue from line 17 to slowly play, and the attack button plays out the finishing attack.
俺は一人ではない。かつてガロの称号を得た全ての英霊と俺は共に戦ってきたのだ。
As an additional option of play, you can also press the attack and dialogue buttons to play the sound of the blade scraping across the armor. Now, in the transformed state, you have access to Special Move Selection, which is done by holding down the BGM button up to 11 times to play these associated sounds with each hold. Rekka Enso Garo, Lost Soul Beast Garo, Goten, Garo Zanbaken, Dai Garo Zanbaken 1 and 2, Tsubasabito Garo, Orin Garo, Ryujin Garo, Light Arrow Flow State, Soryu Garo. After that, when you are done, press the attack and BGM buttons together to release the armor. So, the complete style gigantic Garoken is fun. For $300, right? It is fine. I have bought a robot that is $200, and it's kind of the same thing like that, where it's nice to have. It feels good with the die-cast metal. The handle itself, it's cool to the touch. the sound effects and like everything makes you relive through the shows, especially if you've seen it all like I did, and like actually like appreciate it a little more. The Saijima Taiga one, despite being very small with like only 2 voice lines, it is great. Especially if you know what happened with the actor. It's a nice memento. The downsides, I have to say, is I just kind of wish it had lights. Because, like, the blade, they could have done, like, a thing, like what King Oju did with their stuff, where, like, the LED is under, like, the silver paint, that kind of thing. And, like, I kind of wish that the Garoken would glow green, because that's all it did with the blazing armament stuff. And other than that, I also don't think it's worth $300. Maybe. Maybe 200, but that's all. Now, Ryder doesn't have exact opinions. More so, he just wanted to point out that he would have liked to have a sound effect button that replicates the movements and the clashings to be a little more immersive to the consumer, as if they were actually battling a horror. He also added that as much as it would have been cool if the Saijima Tiger mode had been extended or there being a Raiga mode, it would have been an absolute package, but with what has been given to the Garo fans already, it does a good enough job to please them. And that was the CSG Garoken. I got mine off of Tokyo Collectibles, and I always love talking about it when they sent me the wrong sword. But other than that, it is a good one. Hopefully you guys find it if you guys are interested enough. I highly recommend watching the show. But that is it. You probably won't be seeing me for a long while. And other than that, I will see you guys later. Goodbye. Hello, this is Seiken, possessed by a sudden interest in metal-armored insectoid action that is surprisingly not coming right at this time around. I present to you the Bee Commander Complete Edition from Juko Bee Fighter, aka Big Bad Beetleborgs for like the 3 people around here. Released on Premium Bandai, this is a new collector grade version of the same toy from 27 years prior. Looking at the box, up front and center we got the titular trio posed with color-coded lightning, ready to kick some jump out behind. The background throughout the box consists of blue circuitry that almost wraps around seamlessly, until you look at the warning labels. The Bee Fighter emblem can be seen on the side and the back with the romanized name of the said series and product all over the box, along with a really big blown up picture of blue beets. Look at that detail, my lord. Opening the box, we have a plastic tray holding the contents and the instruction manual. Taking a look at the base of the Bee Commander, this version of the device has been newly molded to represent the show prop. Aside from the silver paint on black plastic, which is really good, it's nice, there seems to be a black wash present over the silver paint, which makes it look really nice. Coinciding with the silver paint is the red chrome found on the top and the bottom of the device. The red chrome in the bottom is in fact the activation button. It unlatches the black semi-translucent shell and exposes the newly molded circuitry with a ton of colors, ranging from gold, green, and orange on a red background. Unlike the original toy, the button is one entire piece as opposed to 2 individual buttons. This way they represent the show more accurately. Which leads to the minifigures of the 3 Bee Fighters. Coming in 2 different sets, the painted and the clear versions, we have Blue Beet, G-Stag, and Rattle. They're essentially mini statues that have no articulation, but are pretty dense. They feel good. Next up, we have what are labeled as cartridges for the 3 Bee Fighters. In this version, each of the cartridges are separate pieces you insert on the top, whereas in the original, it folds out from the back. Lastly, we got the display stand, where you can display the Bee Commander opened or closed. To turn the Bee Commander on, you need to pull the battery cover off and locate the power switch, which is on the right side of the 3 AAA batteries that are not included. Without a cartridge installed, it won't do anything besides Kenzo calling out to you. It's not until you load a cartridge that its functions will start playing out. Also, if you have not at this point, now would be a really good time to load that minifigure into the Bee Commander. All you gotta do is open the black shutters, insert the figure into the square peg, and then close it back up. By default, we are in transformation mode, which means when we press down on the red bottom button, we transform into the respective Bee Fighter, depending on what cartridge you chose. After transforming, by pressing the bottom button a few more times, it plays the sound of what's called repair mode. As for the side buttons, the top button is the dialogue button. Also, depending on which cartridge you chose, gives you the voices of Blue Beat and G-Stag. While unfortunately for Rettle, the dialogue is more of those two interacting with her. And what I mean by her is Mai, who I just found out is the second Rettle upon recording this entire thing. Holding down the dialogue button plays out the sound of cancelling out the armor, while pressing the BGM slowly plays the TV-sized version of the show's opening. Listen to it. Holding down the BGM button will mode change into Beetle Machine mode. In this mode, you can press the dialogue button again and you can hear more Kenzel's dialogue. Then, by pressing the BGM button, it plays the track Sortie! Beetle Machines in its entirety. The hold functions remain the same in this mode, while now pressing the bottom button doesn't do anything. The last function is communication mode, to which when left alone for 30 seconds, it will play out specific dialogue exchange depending on which cartridge is installed.
大作 F12 地区にジャマールが出現したぞ。ビートマシンで向かってくれ。大作、落としてくれ。大作。
Okay, so I have some really interesting comments, I guess, regarding this. While it is nice, I love it, and it's one of those things where it fits in my hand. It's good. It's like big. It's big, blocky, and it does everything it needs to do. And that's fine. I like the dialogue options because of the fact that they managed to get the actors back, except for Reddles, like the two. I wish they found the time to get it back or something, or if they can't, that's understandable. But that's the only like downside to it. Everything else is fine. I love it. I love the paint. I love the chrome red. The minifigures are like, holy cow! Why would you guys go this far? Especially now in the time of recording this, people are scared of what Bandai's doing with their figures because the backs are not painted anymore. I like it. I like everything about it, and I love the soundtrack for B Fighter, so it's like, yes, let's do it. I wish I did get the Input Magnum though, and I do wish I got the Black Beat set because this is good, and I want to get the other stuff now. Now imagine if they did the Stingers, but that's another day. That's my personal opinion on it. It's good. It's nice. It's definitely recommended for anyone that's a fan of Beetleborgs or B-Fighter. Specifically B-Fighter because it just doesn't have Beetleborg in it. But, you know, we're not supposed to like Seiken, so. Now again, just like the last written review, Ryder doesn't have any more to offer as he thinks that being the first Memorial Metal Heroes item to be released, it does enough to satisfy the fans in its entirety. That said, it would have been nice if it would have been done more, but most of these items Bandai has put out from this era kind of just fall under the stigma of reaching the bare minimum with love and dedication. Whether or not it's nature preservation or jumping out of comic books, this has been Seiken. Thank you guys for watching, at least. I'm gonna go back to building Blackbeat, and you guys might see me in whatever Ryder would just dump me into, or if I decide to do something for once. But until then, I'll see you guys later. Goodbye. Bye-bye. I don't know what I say. Do I usually say bye-bye? I don't know.
Oh wow, a package. I wonder what this could be. Huh. Look at this letter be about?
Dear Ryder, I have been watching you for the past 5 years, and I wanted to show my gratitude for how much you've opened yourself up for whatever that is you cover, albeit dinner meals, makeup, and a pencil from the dentist. Even if the basis of your channel is mainly tokusatsu, with this gift, I would like for you to do that new style of reviews you've been doing, as I think it will bring some good foresight for a product no one would put in the same amount of effort as you do, especially for a fellow pink blood. Sincerely, from your anonymous viewer.
Elm? We would just go with the silent H. But wow, never have I had a viewer somehow know my address and be able to send something to me without my prior knowledge. But let's see what it is. This probably isn't for me. I should just put it back in here.
No! I got that specifically for you. Now review it.
Why are you so angry?
Now!
Hello people, this is Ryder here with a written review of the SMTOWN 16th special album, 2025 SMTOWN, The Culture, The Future. This album serves as the 30th anniversary album of the company as a whole, comprising of all of SM's active artists prior to the debut of Hearts to Hearts in early February. This album was released in 4 versions: Culture version, Future version, Time Capsule version, and Family version. For the sake of this review, however, we will be looking at the family version. Taking a look at the packaging, we have all the artists present on the front alongside the name of the album, embossed text all over all the sides of the box. Then the back being just the iconic SM clouds, alongside the track list that is actually kind of hard to make out. Opening the setup, simply sliding the cover off allows us to access the contents of the set. We have a music QR card which works on the Nemos app. We have a mini poster comprising of all of the participating SM artists. And last but not least, we have 65 photo cards. Not just any normal photo card, however, motion photo cards. By scanning the QR code on the back, you can interact with the short clip of that artist by following their respective prompts, which I don't think I'm allowed to play because SM will apparently take down the video. Speaking of the artists, let's go over each one of them. First, we have Kanta of HOT, Boa, TVXQ, 7 out of 8 members of Super Junior, SNSD, 4 out of 5 members of SHINee, 2 out of 9 members of EXO, Red Velvet, 7 out of 8 members of NCT 127, NCT Dream, 5 out of 6 members of Wavy, NCT Wish, aespa, Rise, Lucas, and Navis. While that's all you get physically, there's a lot more content to go through, which requires you to scan the music card. Again, just like what we previously had when we took a look at the Cosme version review, you simply scan the QR code on the back of the music card in the Nemos app, and when scrolling through the app, you get to go through a digital photo book to an extent, comprising of everyone I previously mentioned. Speaking of which, let's go over the track list of this album. Track 1, Thank You, comprises of Kanta, Boa, TVXQ, and then 2 members of the remaining active artists. And then the remaining tracks comprise of covers of previous songs within the company. Miracle, covered by NCT Wish, originally from Super Junior, Hug, covered by Rise, originally from DBSK, Rum Pum Pum, covered by aespa, originally from FX, Run Devil Run, covered by Red Velvet, originally from SNSD, Get It Up, covered by EXO, originally from HOT, Love Me Right, covered by NCT Dream, originally from EXO, Juliet, covered by Wavy, originally from SHINee, You in Vague Memory, covered by NCT 127, originally by Hyun Jinyeon, My Everything, covered by SNSD, originally by The Grace, I Pray For You, covered by Super Junior, originally by Shinhwa, Psycho, covered by TVXQ, originally by Red Velvet, Just a Feeling, covered by Kanta, originally by SES, Gaim, covered by Navis, originally from Boa, View by Shiny is not covered, but instead remixed by Scream Records. My Name, originally from Boa, was redone through the SM Classics Town Orchestra, and then End of the Day, covered by Boa, originally by the late Junghyun. Overall, I really enjoyed this release. Having all of the active groups cover each other's songs is, I think, a clever way of celebrating the label's anniversary, though it does suck that Shiny was the only group to not really have that opportunity, but again, Poet Artist got released months later, so it was worth it. And then there's oddities of where some artists participated in the photo shoot, but not in the actual recordings of the songs. Jaehyun, for obvious reasons, did not participate in You and Vague Memory because he was enlisted. Wendy is not featured in Run Devil Run because at that point she didn't renew her contract with SM. And honestly, I'm just gonna assume Onu had his own schedules that he couldn't participate in any recordings. Also, I just read about this, but it appeared that Riku actually didn't participate in the recording of Miracle. I knew he was on hiatus, but I didn't know that it was to the point that he couldn't participate in the recording. Also, I think it would have been neat if Hearts to Hearts had a pre-debut cover as a leeway for their eventual debut later in the month, but I guess that wasn't a possibility, because, like, seriously, who asked for another Navis song? She snubbed Lucas. Literally. It's also surreal nowadays to have an album release come with this much photo cards to begin with. As well, these aren't to say authentic due to their motion, gimmick, it still makes the price worthwhile and displays as to why it is a difficult album to get your hands on, especially this version. But if you can, however, I definitely recommend grabbing it as soon as you can, as I think it's just worthwhile to have some form of this album in your collection if you've been a big SM follower. Unfortunately, like me. Well, to my biggest viewer, Elm, hopefully you enjoyed that review. A treat! My favorite! Sorry, I'm just quickly gonna get some. Oh my gosh! Poisoned, you say? Well, at least he went off doing the thing he loved the most, indulging his gut. Oh, come on, don't summarize it bluntly like that. Plus, what are you gonna do now for the next month of videos since he's gone? Honestly, I wouldn't worry too much about it. We can just luckily put a disclaimer up on the videos that he's already done. Someone's gotta be behind this. This doesn't feel right. Hello people, this is Ryder here with a written review with the commemorate Gaim, complete selection modification, Sengoku driver. Released on Premium Bandai, part of the 3-year CSM Project Arc plan, this product is a new collector graded release of the original DX toy back in 2013. Taking a look at the box, it follows the standard design that has carried over with prior CSM releases. The front of the box comprises of Gaim alongside the name of the product and an embossed juice splash. All the sides of the box, then the back with the other forms of Gaim that are included. Opening the setup, we have a large styrofoam tray comprising of the contents of the set. The Sengoku driver base itself, the cutter blade, the Gaim rider indicator, the Genesis core, the Senyu point, 2 Lockseed holders, 3 Lockseeds, 2 types of belt straps, the belt back cover, and the instruction booklet for this set plus future releases. First up, looking at the Sengoku driver after attaching the cutter blade and rider indicator. While it is based on the mold of the DX toy, there have been some changes to make its appearance more in line with the suit prop. Most obviously is the lock-on arm now being one solid piece as opposed to the DX's being able to swing open originally. Next thing is that the plastic base is now painted with a dark navy blue color, with the Lockseed slot remaining untouched. Other changes comprising of the back molding of the rider indicator being altered due to the original pin system being upgraded from 2 buttons to 5 buttons, the release button for the rider indicator no longer being the only pressable button, and the addition of die-cast metal to the cutter blade and the lock-on arm. Moving on to the belt straps for the Sengoku driver, we have 2 types to indicate which version you are roleplaying as. The yellow straps to correlate with the prototype versions, and the silver straps to correlate with the mass-produced versions. The straps are a severe upgrade to the original DXs, as besides being more show accurate, they can be adjusted through the luggage straps and clipped on the back, leading to the belt cover, as it is now a Velcro strap that you simply cover over the belt clip. With these kind of straps, they are durable enough to not get stuck in position and allow adults to wear the driver more comfortably. Alongside the belt straps are the Lockseed holders. As mentioned before, you get 2 for this release to replicate the Sengoku driver when transformed into Kiwami arms. The holders are cast in the same plastic as the Sengoku driver, and still retain the gimmick of holding up to 3 Lockseeds through the hooks. Just now, instead of the side clip, we have the same Velcro strap feature from the driver's back cover. Secondly, we have the faceplate-like attachments. The Genesis core is a nice, weighty piece thanks to the die-cast metal on the lock-on arm, and a nice matte black paint has been applied. However, this Genesis core cannot slot into the Genesis driver, as the gap for it to insert has been filled out. The Senyu point, on the other hand, is similar to its DX counterpart, just with the already explained specification upgrades already mentioned. Last thing to look over are the 3 included Lockseeds: Orange, Kachidoki, and Kiwami. All 3 of them retain their DX counterparts looks, but now are painted more sharply. Alongside that, the general Lockseed mold has been changed to make its appearance more show accurate, such as the screw protrusion at the top left being removed, the battery cover being text-free, and the change of the clear plastic to being molded metallic plastic. As for Kachidoki and Kiwami, they retain most of their clear plastic, just now with more black that is less transparent. There is also the addition of this small button so then the Lockseed can now indicate whenever it's opened or closed when in the Sengoku driver. Fortunately, this is at the cost of an on and off switch, as they've been swapped out for pull tabs in the back. In addition, for Kachidoki, the placement for the clip that holds down the plate for when it's in use with Kiwami has been changed to being on the side to give it a more seamless appearance. Kiwami, on the other hand, has lost its ability for the lock hook to actually swing up. Going over the sound patterns for the Lockseeds, all of them include the sound of their materialization when the pull tab is pulled. Then, if applicable, pressing the back button of the Lockseed will play 1 or 2 transformation callouts for that character. From this point, there are 2 different patterns the Lockseeds go off of. All the Lockseeds from default start at present world mode, which then by unlocking, plays 2 variants of the crack opening. Holding down the back button is how you change modes, which the second mode is Helheim mode, which changes the unlocking sound by playing 2 variants of the arms materializing. The next 2 modes are the Jinba shortened modes for both present world and Helheim, as they play the same unlocking sounds from those prior 2 modes, but function differently in the Sengoku driver. Lastly, for the normal Lockseeds such as Orange, we have the Invest game mode, which mainly works off of the back button, as unlocking it twice releases the monster and seals it back in. Kachidoki and Kiwami, on the other hand, since they are special Lockseeds, have their own special 2 sounds in place of the Jinba shortened modes, which are the first transformation and Megahex battle modes, which for Kiwami when unlocked contains the sound of Kota being resurrected, albeit condensed due to internal space. With that, we can move on with the Sengoku driver, to which after placing in the 3 AAA batteries, you have the option to switch the device in its 4 modes. For the first 2 modes, it comprises of which side you slide the switch in. The left will enable the transformation standby, while the right disables it during play to recreate certain moments. The third mode is called Nutrition Supply Mode, which comprises of you holding down the BGM button while switching it on to the left. The fourth mode, Saver Mode, comprises of you switching the Sengoku driver on with the Genesis core already slotted in. These last 2 modes will be highlighted with more details once we cover the set they correspond with. By itself, the Sengoku driver allows for you to slide down the cutter blade for a generic slicing sound. But to look at the expanded content, we have 3 new buttons. Top left button is the BGM button comprising of 16 tracks. Just Live More TV version, Invest no Shinraku, Shindo Gaim, Kumo no Jikan, Lockseed, Ixa, Exciting Next Attitude TV version, Jiso Shin Arms, Hitsatsuwaza, Tokinahana TV version, Goku Rambu, Rise Up Your Flag, short version, Rider no Tairasu, Kyoku no Mai, Rambu Escalation, short version, and the long version, and Just Live More episode 47 version. Holding the BGM button down sets the belt in BGM standby mode, which up to 16 times will play that following track after transformation. The lower left button is the sound effect button. A single press plays the sound of the Sengoku driver being picked up, while holding it down is the sound of the driver being applied to the user's waist. The last button to go over is the dialogue button, which allows for you to cycle through phrases of the following character that ties to the writer indicator. Then if you hold the button down, you get to cycle through a selection of character conversations that have taken place through the entirety of Gaim media. Speaking of which, the media that ties into Kota's 143 phrases composed of Kamen Gaim the series, Gaim and Wizard the Faithful Sengoku movie battle, Gaim Great Soccer Battle Golden Fruits Cup, Driving Gaim Movie Tyson Full Throttle, Gaim Final Stage Show, Heisei Generations Final, and Geo Episode 12. Dr. Pac-Man vs. X8 and Ghost of Legend Riders does technically count, and unfortunately no dialogue from Kamen Rider Tyson, the Tokyo Spring Special, or Wizard's last 2 episodes. Besides pressing the buttons individually, you can press them together. Pressing the BGM and dialogue buttons allow for you to skip through 10 batches of dialogue. Pressing the BGM and sound effect buttons allows for you to select up to 3 variants of the lock-on announcement. Leaving it be plays as it does in the DX version. Holding it down once is the shortened lock-on announcement. Twice plays the sound of when you are changing arms. Holding it down 3 times turns off the lock-on announcement and the standby to replicate loading the Lockseed back in the belt. Lastly, holding down the dialogue and sound effect buttons allows for you to change the slicing sound. Just like the lock-on announcements, there are 3 variants. Leaving it be plays like usual, holding it down once removes the slicing sound but still plays the announcement, twice adds a delay, and then 3 times mutes the slicing sound completely. Now with all the features out of the way, we can demonstrate the transformation process. Simply unlock the Lockseed to your preferred setting, set it in the center of the Sengoku driver, press the lock down, and slice the lock open. Additionally, you can press the dialogue button to hear the henshin call out if you haven't done so already with the Lockseed. For the finishers, doing it once will give you the squash attack, twice will give you the ole, and thrice will give you the sparky. In addition, if you were to transform with the back button pressed prior, the attack sounds will have the addition of the character cry. In the transform state, while the sound effect button has additional sounds, in the case of Gaim's faceplate, he has two sound groups, Group 1 being Women of the Beginning, and Group 2 being Tsuika and Kachidoki arms. Women of the Beginning comprises of all of Mai's phrases in regards to Kota, while the Tsuika and Kachidoki arms sound group plays their respective sound effects, whether it being a mode change or a weapon summon. Speaking of which, let's use Kachidoki in its first transformation mode. Now let's use Kiwami in that same mode and connect the Senyu point, to which the face plates are removed the same way as the DX version, by pressing down the bottom right button. Alternatively, you can set the Kachidoki Lockseed in Mega Hex battle mode to replicate the immediate transformation to Kiwami arms. The sound effect button in the case of the Senyu point comprises of the belt materialization sound, and in post-transformation, 30 phrases of Kota as the man of the beginning. Out of the 3 Lockseeds, Kiwami has the newest additional features added. For one, all the post-series weapons past the original 16 have been added, making it up to 33 arms weapons that could be summoned. Secondly, you have the option to select the arms weapons you can summon by cycling through them with the key button and confirming with the back button. Lastly, you can do a rapid summoning of the arms weapons by constantly twisting the Lockseed until it stops you from continuing and plays through all of the weapon announcements in a single sequence. When you're done playing, you can cancel the transformation by simply pulling the Lockseed back and unlocking it. Though, as you saw there, the lock off announcement was nowhere to be heard. Well, that's because if you want that to play, you have to hold down the BGM and sound effect buttons once again, and then unlock the Lockseed for it to play. Last item to brief over is the Genesis Core, as while it doesn't have any Lockseeds to correspond to it yet, you can still play with it with the included Lockseeds, as they still retain their interjections, and surprisingly is the only way to access the DX-like transformation sounds. Also, as you can tell, this release of the Genesis Core actually plays a sound for whenever you lock on, thanks to the pin that comes out and presses this button within the Sengoku driver. The Genesis Core and the Senyu point are unique as they don't overwrite the last faceplate you've installed, meaning that you can give anyone these two plates with their sounds intact. They just don't have any special sounds programmed in regards to their usage like Gaim. Overall, the CSM Sengoku driver is phenomenal. It is a very feature-rich product that gives you so many options of play. It manages to balance out the functions of both the driver and the Lockseeds, and it just does a good job at expanding what was already so strong about the original Gaim toy line. Obviously, the transition from DX to CSM isn't too far off as opposed to the Heisei Phase 1 stuff, just due to Heisei Phase 2 normalizing these kinds of releases because of this show. But I do appreciate that they went so far and beyond with wanting to satisfy the smallest tidbits and niches this device had coming for it. Alternatively, if you still want to experience the play value of this toy but on a smaller budget, then you can get the CSM Sengoku driver Project Arc version, which is a version of the Sengoku driver that only comes with either yellow or silver belt straps, and the, at the time exclusive, Kurakage Trooper Rider indicator alongside the standalone release of the CSM Genesis core. If I did have a gripe about this release though, it's the weird mixing of archival audio, getting the obvious one out. They decided to use Kota's Henshin callout and his main catchphrase from the DX release of the Kiwami Lockseed. Okay. Secondly, the attack sounds, as you can tell due to their compression, were just simply taken from their DX counterparts. Understandably, they are not going to reconstruct all the attack sounds because not all of them were used in the show, but like, it would have been more appreciated if they were able to use uncompressed versions of those sounds. Lastly, the LEDs unfortunately just feel like an afterthought, as since what used to be clear plastic is now painted, the LEDs come out really dim, especially Kachidoki. Also should point out too that because I own the US release of the set, the instruction booklet is obviously in English, but the English just seems machine translated, meaning that it will take some time to get what it's trying to direct you towards. But nevertheless, this is still a really nice upgrade to the original DX toy, and honestly, I think this is one of the very few times where I think it's fair to double dip and to at least own both versions, as they're basically their own thing. Plus, for what we showed so far for this release, isn't even all I can do. To which, that'll have to do with this written review. This is Ryder, and I'll leave you people. Hello people, this is Ryder here with a written review of the Kamen Gaim Complete Selection Modification Lockseed Charmant set. Released on Premium Bandai to coincide with the release of the CSM Sengoku driver, this product is a set corresponding to Armor Riders Greedon and Bravo, and to tie into the Gaim Gaiden Kamen Rider Greedon vs Kamen Rider Bravo special over on TTFC. Taking a look at the box, just like the other CSM releases, the box is black with the Greedon on the front and Dongri and Lychee arms, with the name of the set, all the sides of the box, and the back comprising of Bravo and Durian and King Durian arms. Opening the setup, we have a plastic tray holding the contents and the instructions. Looking over the contents of the set, we have 5 Lockseeds and 4 Rider indicators. The Rider indicators being of Greedon and Bravo, alongside their proto counterparts from the Zangetsu Gaim Gaiden stage show, which double as their Gaim Gaiden faceplates too. For Lockseeds, we have Dongri, Durian, Dongri Orange version, and our 2 new Lockseeds, Lychee and King Durian. Dongri and Durian have been updated from their DX counterparts to be more prop accurate, which were explained in the previous review. As for our new Lockseeds, there are new molds and are in color schemes never done previously, and emit yellow LEDs. Sound patterns for the Lockseeds remain the same from the orange Lockseed, meaning that when the pull tab is pulled, it's in present world mode by default. Pressing the back button of the Lockseed will play 1 or 2 transformation callouts for that character. Unlocking the lock plays 2 variants of the crack opening. Holding down the back button is your mode change, allowing you to cycle between Helheim and the 2 Jinba shortened modes for Present World and Helheim. Then for normal Dongri and Durian, they contain the Invest Game mode. Dongri Orange version only plays the 1 phrase and cannot mode change, while Lychee and King Durian do not contain the Invest Game mode. That we can move on using the contents of this set in the Sengoku driver. By inserting the Rider indicators, we have access to Jinochi's and Oran's phrases composed of the following Gaim media: Kamen Rider Gaim the series, Driving Gaim, Movie War Full Throttle, and Gaim Gaiden Kamen Rider Greedon vs Kamen Rider Bravo. With that, we can demonstrate the transformation processes for this set alongside a sampling of the finishers. The Dongri Oran version has a unique function to correspond with the Greedon faceplate. By holding down the BGM and sound effect buttons up to 4 times to change the standby, then insert the Lockseed, let it play out like so, then cancel the standby with the sound effect button while flipping down the cover of the Lockseed to complete the sound. As for the sound effect buttons for each faceplate, Greedon has one sound group being Tsuika arms, while Bravo and Gaim Gaiden Greedon have 2 sound groups. Bravo has Oran's French phrases, and Gaim Gaiden Greedon has Takatora phrases when he was Greedon as the first group, with Proto Greedon's second group being a new sound group that plays the Infest changing sound due to the events of the Zangetsu Gaim Gaiden stage show, also included with Gaim Gaiden Bravo. Overall, the CSM Lockseed Charmant set is a nice first entry to the subline. I think it was smart to release a set corresponding to characters that originally didn't have much content surrounding them, only for them to gain new content to help fill the setup, and it's nice for the fact that the Oran version of the Dongri Lockseed is no longer exclusive to just being Gashapon. My only grievance with this set is that unfortunately, my Lychee and King Durian Lockseeds are faulty, as Lychee is very quiet while King Durian is ear-wrenching loud. Also think it's weird that King Durian doesn't have Oran's battle cries when attempted, as I assume they wanted it to be him permanently mind-controlled. They should have just future-proofed themselves, especially with Revise the Mystery happening a year after. But other than that, I enjoyed this set, and it's really cool to own 2 new Lockseeds on release. That'll have to do with this written review. This is Ryder, and I'll leave you people. Hello people, this is Ryder here with a written review of the Commemorate Gaim Complete Selection Modification Lockseed Team Baron set. Released on Premium Bandai, this product is a set corresponding to primarily Armor Riders Baron and Knuckle with a preview to a future release. Taking a look at the box, just like the other CSM releases, the box is black with Baron on the front and banana arms and Lord Baron, with the name of the set, all sides of the box, and the back corresponding of Knuckle and Kurumi and Jimba Marin arms. Opening the setup, we have a plastic tray holding the contents and the instructions. Looking over the contents of the set, we have 3 Lockseeds, 2 Energy Lockseeds, and 3 Rider Indicators. The Rider Indicators being of Baron, blank Knuckle version, and Black/Proto Baron. For Lockseeds, we have Banana, Mango, and Kurumi, alongside our first look at the Energy Lockseeds with Matsubokuri and Marin Energy. Banana, Mango, and Kurumi have been updated from their DX counterparts to their prop designs, as explained in previous Gaim reviews. Same goes for the Energy Lockseeds, now cast in a darker shade of clear blue for the base, the transparentness of the nuts being painted over, and the hooks that hold the covers in are now hidden to be more seamless. Alongside that, there is a new button located below the locks to coincide with the small button that was added with the original Lockseeds. The sound patterns for the normal Lockseeds remain the same, such as when the pull tab is pulled, being in present world mode by default. Pressing the back button of the Lockseed will play 1 or 2 transformation callouts for that character. In the case of Banana, pressing it for a 3rd time will play the first transformation of Lord Baron. Unlocking the lock plays 2 variants of the crack opening. Holding down the back button is the mode change, allowing for you to cycle between Helheim and the 2 Jimba shortened modes for present world and Helheim. In addition, for Banana, there is the first transformation mode. Lastly, for the Lockseeds, they contain the Invest game mode, which the Energy Lockseeds do not. With that, we can move on with using the contents of this set in the Sengoku genre. By inserting the Rider Indicators, we have access to Kaito and Zack's phrases composed of the following Gaim media: Commemorate Gaim the series, Driving Gaim Movie Tyson Full Throttle, Gaim Gaiden Commemorate Zangetsu and Commemorate Baron, and Gaim Gaiden Commemorate Duke and Commemorate Knuckle. Unfortunately, Kaito does not have any dialogue from his appearance in Geo. Black Baron does not have any phrases, but does have one sound that signifies it as him. It should also be noted that while Black Baron does use a numberless Banana Lockseed, Bandai has stated that it wasn't a necessity to commercialize such a variant unless there was excessive demand. With that, we can demonstrate the transformation process for this set alongside a sampling of the finishers. However, for this video, Matsuboku Re-Energy will not be demonstrated and Maron will only be shown as a Jinpa form. As for the sound effect buttons, for each faceplate, Knuckle only has the Tsuika arms sound group, Black/Proto Baron has the sound group that plays the Invest changing sound from Zangetsu Gaim Gaiden, and Baron has 3 sound groups, first one being of the Women of the Beginning, second being Tsuika arms, and the third one being the short version of the Lord Baron transformation. Overall, the CSM Lockseed Team Baron set is another great release. Being the follow-up of the Charmant set, I like that they chose this set to introduce the CSM Energy Lockseeds. They don't feel out of place like 2 Kais are being thrown in the Gokai Celluar randomly. It's also just cool that Jinpa Maron is the first Jinpa form we can experience in this line. My only issue with this release is the same thing I previously brought up with the Sengoku driver, which is the usage of archival sounds. But in the case of Banana, while the sounds have been updated, they sound like they were ripped straight from the DX release, meaning that they were compressed and just makes it sound really crunchy. But other than that, this is another nice content-rich set that I recommend for people that like this trio of characters. That'll have to do with this written review. This is Ryder, and I'll leave you people. Hello people, this is Ryder here with the written review with the Kamen Gaim Complete Selection Modification Lockseed Kureshima set. Released on Premium Bandai, this product is a set corresponding to Armor Riders Ryugen and Zangetsu. Taking a look at the box, Just like the other CSM releases, the box is black with Zangetsu on the front and melon and Kachidoki arms, with the name of the set, all the sides of the box, and the back comprising of Ryugen and Budo and Yomotsuhegiri arms. Opening the setup, we have a plastic tray holding the contents and the instructions. Looking over the contents of the set, we have 6 Lockseeds and 5 Ryder indicators. The Ryder indicators being of Ryugen, Zangetsu, Ryugen Yomi, Zangetsu Gaim Gaiden, and Proto Ryugen. For Lockseeds, we have Budo, Kiwi, Melon, Watermelon, and Yomotsuhegiri, alongside our new Lockseed, Shin Kachidoki. The Lockseeds have been updated from their DX counterparts to align with their prop designs, as previously explained in prior Gaim reviews. Watermelon is newly molded to reflect it not being one-to-one with Mango, and Yomotsuhegiri now emits a green LED as opposed to a red LED from the DX release. Then with Shin Kachidoki, the paint has a more metallic finish to it to differentiate it from the original Kachidoki Lockseed. Sound patterns for the normal Lockseeds remain the same, such as when pulling the pull tab off, it's in present world mode by default. Pressing the back button of the Lockseed will play 1 or 2 transformation callouts for that character. Unlocking the lock plays 2 variants of the crack opening. Holding down the back button is the mode change, allowing for you to cycle between Helheim and the 2 Jimbo shortened modes for present world and Helheim. Lastly, the majority of the Lockseeds contain investigate mode. Yomotsuhegiri contains 3 modes: normal mode, transformation mode, and Jimbo shortened mode. Transformation mode essentially is the first transformation mode, so the sounds will just play out how they did in the show. Shin Kachidoki contains the present world and Helheim modes from the original Kachidoki Lockseed only. With that, we can move on with using the contents of this set in the Sengoku driver. By inserting the faceplates, we have access to Michi and Takatora's phrases composed of the following Gaim media: Kamen Rider Gaim the series, Gaim and Wizard the Faithful Sengoku movie battle, Driving Gaim Movie Tyson Full Throttle, Gaim Gaiden Kamen Rider Zangetsu and Kamen Rider Baron, Gaim Gaiden Kamen Rider Duke and Kamen Rider Knuckle, Kamen Rider Zangetsu Gaim Gaiden, and Gaim Gaiden Kamen Rider Greedon vs Kamen Rider Bravo. Proto Ryugen does not have any phrases pertaining to its user, and the Zangetsu faceplate has an additional slicing sound to replicate the sound error from Gaim Gaiden Duke. But with that, we can demonstrate the transformation processes for this set, alongside a sampling of the finishers. Additionally, for Yomotsuhegiri's transformation mode, Yomotsuhegiri Squash has 3 variants in sounds to replicate its usage within the show, and if you were to remove it without flipping the cover, you get its destruction sound. With Shin Kachidoki, we can also transform Zangetsu into Kiwami arms with the Kiwami Lockseed. As for the sound effect button for each faceplate, Zangetsu Gaim Gaiden only has the Tsuika arm sound group, Proto Ryugen has the sound group that plays the infants changing sound, Base Ryugen has 3 sound groups, to which for both Ryugen and Yomi, they contain phrases from the Women of the Beginning and Takatora's hallucinations, with Tsuika arms solely for normal Ryugen. Then Zangetsu has 2 sound groups, first being of Kota's phrases from their exchange from episode 46, and the second group being like Gaim's with both Tsuika and Kachidoki arms sounds. Overall, the CSM Lockseed Kureshima set is my favorite set released. I've always enjoyed just playing around with Ryugen's items, and it's just fun for Zangetsu to get an expansion worth of stuff, which makes this set another content-rich one. However, one of the more disappointing aspects of this set is the Shinkachidoki Lockseed. As obviously in the stage play, it plays the same sounds as the original one, but that's not my problem. Stated by Bandai themselves, due to how they painted the Lockseed, it can't really emit through the green plastic in heavy light conditions, meaning that you either have to turn the lights off or just keep it in Kiwami formation, which is unfortunate as the Watermelon Lockseed has the brightest LEDs to come out of the CSM Lockseeds this far. But in regardless to that flaw, that'll have to do this written review. This is Ryder, and I'll leave you people. Hello people, this is Ryder here with a written review of the Commemorate Gaim Complete Selection Modification Lockseed Gaim set. Released on Premium Bandai, this product is a set corresponding to Armor Riders, Gaim, and Gaim Yami. Taking a look in the box, just like other CSM releases, the box is black with Gaim on the front and Pine and Ichigo arms, with the name of the set all the sides of the box, and the back comprising of Gaim and Fresh Orange arms and Gaim Yami. Opening the setup, we have a plastic tray holding the contents and the instructions. Looking over the contents of the set, we have 5 Lockseeds, 1 Energy Lockseed, and 1 Rider Indicator. The Rider Indicator being of Proto Gaim from Zangetsu Gaim Gaiden. For Lockseeds, we have Pine, Ichigo, Tsuika, Fresh Orange, and Black Orange alongside the Black Lemon Energy Lockseed. The Lockseeds have been updated from their DX counterparts to be up to their prop designs, as previously explained in prior Gaim reviews. While the latter Lockseeds are their first times being in a non-DX body, as Fresh Orange was previously a magazine pack-in, while Black Orange and Lemon were Gashapon with the Dongri Orange version Lockseed. The sound patterns for the normal Lockseeds remain the same, such as when pulling the pull tab off, it's in present world mode by default. Pressing the back of the Lockseed will play 1 or 2 transformation callouts for that character. Unlocking the lock plays 2 variants of the crack opening. Holding down the back button is the mode change, allowing you to cycle between Helheim and the 2 Jinba shortened modes for present world and Helheim. In the case of Tsuika, it also includes a first transformation mode. Lastly, all the Lockseeds contain Invest Game mode. Black Lemon Energy functions similarly to the previously released Marin Energy and Matsubokuri Energy Lockseeds, just now cast in a nice, transparent black plastic. With that, we can move on with using the contents of this set in the Sengoku Juror. By inserting the Rider Indicator, we have no phrases coming from Proto Gaim, but that doesn't mean we cannot state the media of the content of this set revolves around Commemorate Gaim the series, the Gaim Hyper Battle DVD, Gaim Great Soccer Battle Golden Fruits Cup, and Commemorate Zangetsu Gaim Gaiden. With that, we can demonstrate the transformation processes for this set alongside a sampling of the finishers with the normal Gaim faceplate. Just like Matsubokuri and Marin Energy, however, Black Lemon Energy's usage will be held off. To transform into Gaim Yami, you would need to set the black-orange Lockseed while leaving the black-lemon energy Lockseed as B in order to replicate its movie transformation sound. As for the sound effect button for Proto Gaim's faceplate, its sole sound group is of it playing out the invest changing sound. As for a thing I purposely skipped over in the original Sengoku driver review though, is that if the sound effect button were to be pressed when you attach the Genesis core with Gaim's faceplate, you get one entire dialogue passage from Kota Yami. Overall, the CSM Lockseed Gaim set, while the most simplest set, is a nice complimentary release for those that solely own the main Sengoku driver set. It's nice now to have Gaim's Lockseeds complete a fourth way through the subline, and it's just cool that they bothered to update these 3 Lockseeds. Especially the black ones, as it's nice to have more Lockseeds that emit a blue LED. Obviously, it could be pointed out that Fresh Pine is absent, but Bandai stated that since it didn't get used on screen, it's in the same line as the numberless Banana Lockseed, where fans need to demand for it as hard as they did for the individual release for the Genesis car, for them to consider releasing it. As you can see, these are the results. But that'll have to do with this written review. This is Ryder, and I'll leave you people. Hello people, this is Ryder here with the written review of the Kamen Rider Gaim Complete Selection Modification Lockseed Yggdrasil set. Released on Premium Bandai, this product is a set corresponding to the armor riders tied to the Yggdrasil Corporation, and some outliers. Taking a look at the box, just like the other prior CSM releases, the box is black with Gaim and Saber on the front of the box in their respective arms, with the name of the set, all sides of the box, and the back corresponding to Bujingaim, Kurakage, and Eden. Opening the setup, we have a plastic tray holding the contents and the instructions. Looking over the contents of the set, we have 6 Lockseeds and 5 rider indicators. The rider indicators being of Kurakage, Blank Kurakage Trooper version, Bujingaim, Eden, and Duke. This blank faceplate is the same one previously released in the Project Arc version of the Sengoku driver for those that didn't already pick that release up. For Lockseeds, we have Himawari, Matsubokuri, Lemon, Forbidden Ringo, Blood Orange, and the Blood Zakuro Lockseeds. The Lockseeds have been updated from their DX counterparts to be in line with their prop designs, as previously explained in prior Gaim reviews. While this set is the first time for Himawari to be released in a non-Gashapon/candy toy body, the sound patterns for these Lockseeds remain the same from the other sets, such as when pulling the pull tab out, it's in present world mode by default. Pressing the back button of the Lockseed typically at this point would play 1 or 2 transformation callouts for that character. However, starting with this set, there are some changes to that. Ringo and Zakuro play out as usual, albeit Ringo solely plays Kaito's voice. Matsubokuri now plays out 1 transformation callout per user, meaning Haze and Jinochi's voices play back to back. Then Lemon and Bujingaim play out phrases as opposed to saying henshin. Unlocking the lock plays 2 variants of the crack opening. Holding down the back button is the mode change, allowing for you to cycle between Helheim and the 2 Jinba shortened modes for Present World and Helheim. In the case of Zakuro, it includes an additional transformation mode. Lastly, most of the Lockseeds contain Invest Game mode. This should be noted that there is a mistake within the instructions as it states Zakuro has this mode. It does not. Instead, it has Suicide mode, meaning when activated it plays the sound of the Lockseed blowing up. The Himawari Lockseed works differently, as besides containing Invest Game mode, it has Limiter Cut mode and Nutritional Supplementation mode. It should be noted too that the 3 V-Cinema Lockseeds have a new sound for when switched to Present World, as their original DX toys simply had a phrase playing from their respective users. Unfortunately, Lemon's is the most sloppy. With that, we can move on with using the contents of this set in the Sengoku driver. By inserting the faceplates, we have phrases coming from Haze, Jinochi, Ryoma, and Bujingaim from the following Gaim media: Kamen Rider Gaim the series, Gaim and Wizard, the Faithful Sengoku movie battle, Gaim guiding Commodore Zangetsu and Commodore Baron, Gaim guiding Commodore Duke and Commodore Knuckle, and in a technicality, Commodore Gaim the novel. Eden's faceplate does not contain any phrases, and with this set, we can now discuss two more things previously skipped over from the Sengoku Driver's review. First of all, since we now have a proper blank faceplate, if we were to hold down the BGM button and switch the Sengoku Driver on, we are now in nutrition mode. Meaning when you insert a Lockseed into the driver, it plays the sound of the Lockseed being consumed. Secondly is Saver mode, which is accessed by inserting the Genesis core into the faceplate slot and then switching the Sengoku driver on, allowing for you to access Kogai's phrases without the interference of the driver misreading it as another rider with the Genesis core. With that, we can now demonstrate the transformation processes for this set alongside a sampling of the finishers. To transform into Saber, simply insert the two Lockseeds into their respective slots, and when you cut down the Zakuro Lockseed, you'll need to manually flip down the Blood Orange Lockseed's cover, as they have stated that it would have been impossible to have Lockseeds automatically flip down with their current engineering. bring this up too, both Blood Orange and Zakuro in the Genesis core work differently compared to every other Lockseed up to this point, as their interjections have been removed to streamline their usages with each other. It should also be noted that all of Ryoma's voice audio is carried over from the previously released DX Lemon and Dragon Fruit's energy Lockseeds alongside Gamba Rising. Here's a comparison. As for the sound effect button for each faceplate, Gaim and Eden have nothing, Kurakage Trooper and Duke have the Tsuika Arms sound group, and Kurakage has that one alongside the Invest changing sound. In Saver mode, he also has nothing. Overall, the CSM Lockseed Yggdrasil set is surprisingly neat. I really like that with how far these releases have gone. They're still giving us new aspects to play around with that makes these releases still feel refreshing. Though if I have to admit, this set definitely feels the most thrown together, as Gaim really feels out of place within this release, as obviously it's due to the Lockseed's usage with Saver, but man. I also think it would have been cool if Gaim and Eden had sound effects in their transform states, as Gaim could have contained the transformation sound for the Lotus form, and Eden could have had the sound of her traversing through the zippers. But on the flip side, I will commend the CSM team on actually utilizing their resources in regards to Duke's audio, as they've stated they couldn't just rip audio from the actual source because of copyrights and such. It's basically what they've done previously with the sound update edition of the Kaiken Rekka. Also, the fact that we got an entire new sound set for Saver for the sake of the things he does in the novel, that's cool. But with that had to do with this written review. This is Ryder, and I'll leave you people. Hello people, this is Ryder here with a written review of the Kamen Rider Gaim Complete Selection Modification Lockseed Helheim set. This product is a set corresponding to the armor riders tied to Helheim and an outlier. Taking a look at the box, just like other previous CSM releases, the box is black with Mars, Kamuro, and Jam on the front in their respective arms with the name of the set, all the sides of the box, and the back comprising of 15 and Sophie. Opening the setup, we have a plastic tray holding the contents and the instructions. Looking over the contents of the set, we have 6 Lockseeds and 6 rider indicators. The rider indicators being of Mars, Kamuro, Jam, 15, Maja, and Sophie. For Lockseeds, we have the gold, silver, and black Ringos, alongside 15 with the newly released Maja and Helheim Lockseeds. The Lockseeds have been updated from their DX counterparts to be like their prop designs, as previously explained in prior Gaim reviews at this point. This means that the 3 Ringo Lockseeds of this set no longer comprise of chrome surfaces, but instead now have painted surfaces, alongside with gold and silver having their LEDs changed to reflect the colors of the fruits as opposed to the rider. As for our new Lockseeds, Maja, to reflect its appearance from the stage show, is a gold repaint of 15, and Helheim is alongside the Lychee and King Durian Lockseeds, with it being a unique mold, especially with it being upside down to reflect how the Helheim fruit is held by the characters. The sound patterns for these Lockseeds remain the same, such as when pulling the pull tab out, by default it's in present world mode. However, with this set, there are some changes, such as following the Yggdrasil set, pressing the back button of the Lockseed only plays out one transformation callout for that character. Silver, Ringo, and 15, however, do nothing. Sylvie is unique, where besides the Henshin callout, she has 2 phrases in between. Unlocking the lock plays 2 variants of the crack opening. Holding down the back button is the mode change, allowing for you to cycle between Helheim and the 2 Jimbo shortened modes for Present World and Helheim. In the case of Maja, it includes an additional transformation mode, to which that is it for these Lockseeds, as they don't include the Invest game mode for very obvious reasons. With that, we can move on with using the contents of this set in the Sengoku driver. By inserting the faceplate, we have phrases coming from both incarnations of Kogane and Maja from the following Gaim media: Kamen Rider Gaim the series, Heisei vs. Showa Kamen Rider Tyson, Gaim Great Soccer Battle Golden Fruits Cup, Gaim Final Stage, Kamen Rider Gaim the novel, and Gaim Gaiden Kamen Rider Greedon vs. Kamen Rider Bravo. 15, Kamuro, and Sophie's faceplates do not contain any phrases, and just like with Duke, all of Mars's audio are previous recordings from Gamba Rising. Here's a comparison. With that, we can demonstrate the transformation processes for this set alongside a sampling of the finishers. As for what the sound effect button does for these faceplates, they all don't do anything. Overall, the CSM Lockseed Helheim set is simple but a nice conclusion set. Having all of the apples is really neat, and it's cool to have something out of Kamen Rider Tyson. Matcha of course is cool to have as it continues the lineage of stage show items being commercialized, especially with his transformation mode replicating the atmosphere. And Sophie. Come on, it's Jenna! As I alluded to before, yeah, would have been cool if their faceplates had sound effect post-transformation. Sylvie could have had a sound corresponding to her controlling the Helheim vines, Mars could have had him transforming into his horse form, and Kamuro could have transformed into a soccer ball. Bandai said that the reason why her voice isn't in the actual belt is because of low space within the original board of the Sengoku driver. I think in actuality though, I think it's just because they didn't call her in until the set was actually getting produced. But nevertheless, this is still a nice set to round out the core releases of the CSM Sengoku driver. That'll have to do this written review. This is Ryder, and I'll leave you people. Hello people. This is Ryder here with the written review of the Commodore Gaim Complete Selection Modification Genesis driver. Released on Premium Bandai in commemoration of the series' 10th anniversary, this product is a new collector grade release of the original DX toy back in late 2013. Taking a look at the box, it follows the standard box design that has carried over within prior CSM releases. The front of the box comprises of Zangetsu alongside the name of the product and an embossed juice splash on the top. All sides of the box and the back comprise of the other new generation riders. Opening the setup, we have a styrofoam tray comprising of the contents of the set, the Genesis driver base itself, the Genesis core, 5 energy lock seeds, the kill switch, belt straps, the belt back cover, and the instruction booklet for the set. Just like the Sengoku driver, this is of the US release, but the other half comprises of the Korean instructions too. First up, looking at the Genesis driver, while it is based on the mold of the DX toy, there have been slight changes to make its appearance more in line with the suit prop and to accommodate for specific features. Most obvious is that the red plastic base is now painted in a metallic red color, alongside the 2 grips of the driver being in silver paint with red paint accents. Some of the black pieces are also painted to blend in with the black plastic used on the back. The 3 straw pieces have also been filled out to complete the look. Function-wise, the first biggest feature is that the grip no longer has an ear-wrenching gearbox installed, one similar to the one installed in the Gokai Celluar Memorial Edition. Because of this, it makes pushing the grip in and out a lot more smoother than the DX release. Moving on to the belt straps for the Genesis driver, in CSM fashion, they are a severe upgrade from the original DX toys, as besides being more show accurate, they can be adjusted through the gray luggage straps and clipped on the back. With the belt cover, it has a Velcro strap on the back that you simply cover over the belt. These kind of straps, they are durable enough to not get stuck in position and allow adults to wear the driver more comfortably. Secondly, taking a look at this release's Genesis core, it differs from the release from the Sengoku driver, or since it's a driver component, it no longer has a weight to it, despite still containing the die-cast lock-on arm. However, this version of the Genesis core is fully matted out, even where you insert the Lockseed, which was something that was opted out for the solo release. But do keep in mind when using this version in the Sengoku driver, since it no longer has a pin that presses the top pin of the Sengoku driver, it will not acknowledge the registration of the Lockseed being locked on, to which in Bandai's words, immerses yourself more with how in certain episodes, the sound of the energy Lockseed would be absent. I barely was able to find a lot of instances where it didn't play the sound. Last thing to look over are the 5 included energy lock seeds: melon energy, lemon energy, cherry energy, peach energy, and dragon fruits energy. All 5 of these locks retain the changes from the prior CSM energy lock seeds, such as the transparent blue being darker, forgot to note that dragon fruits was not blue, the removal of the glitter injection, and the change of seamless clips. As such, melon and lemon have new spring engineering to them to cover up their hooks. Alongside that, all CSM energy lock seeds have a small button at the bottom, mostly for when the energy lock seeds are in their transformed state. Going over the sound patterns for the energy lock seeds, all of them include the sound of their activation when the pull tab is pulled, then pressing the back button of the lock seed will play 1 or 2 transformation callouts to switch between users. By default, all lock seeds are set at Prism World mode, which then by unlocking plays 2 variants of the crack opening. Melon and Dragon Fruits energy, however, have a 3rd variant, allude to how they are activated in Movie Tyson Full Throttle. Holding down the back button is how you change modes, which the second mode is Helheim mode, which changes the unlocking sound by playing a singular variant of the arms materializing. I've made the mistake of saying it was 2 in the original Sengoku driver video, so my apologies. The last 2 modes are the Jinba shortened modes for both the Present World and Helheim, which play the same unlocking sounds from those prior 2 modes, but function differently when used in either driver. The last thing to look over is Ryoma's kill switch from episode 43, which was nicely replicated for this release. When pulling the pull tab out, the press of the button, you simply get the sound of the activation of the switch. But if you were to hold the button down, you enter voice mode, allowing for you to play out the 2 sequences that the kill switch was featured in. Then you can hold it back down to switch back to the normal mode. With that, we can move on with the Genesis driver, to which after placing in the 3 AA batteries, you can simply switch it on like so. To jump ahead, let's talk about the second big point with this release. The original DX toy had a juicer piece that physically went down when the grip is pressed in, which then retracts alongside the grip. Well, with this release, that entire feature has been removed and been substituted with a 100 LED panel, using the LED technology previously used in the Demon/Veil driver and the Vision driver. They were planning to do actual liquid at one point in production, which we would know how badly that could have gone. With the LED panel, the goal was to recreate the atmosphere of the liquid being poured into the belt, which is animated nicely. Alongside the centerpiece, the side straw also has an LED installed to enhance the environment of the driver more. But to look at the expanded content, we have 3 new buttons. The bottom right button is the BGM button, comprising of 10 tracks. Convert, Cover Up, Yggdrasil, Short and Full, Ankoku no Tairetsu, Kaijin Susujin, Kiwami no Mai, Shindo Gaim, Roshio, Genesis Driver, and Evil Layer of Evil. Kiwami no Mai and Shindo Gaim are slightly different edits from the Sengoku drivers. Holding down the BGM button on either of these tracks allow for you to transform with that selected track. The button on its left is the sound effect button, which in a single press plays 2 sounds of the Genesis driver being held around, while holding down the button plays the sound of the driver being applied to the user's waist. The last button to go over is the dialogue button, which allows for you to cycle through phrases of the character whose mode you're in. Speaking of which, holding down the dialogue button is your mode change, comprising of 7 modes of each user of the Genesis driver: Takatora, Ryoma, Sid, Yoko, Kaito, Michi, Pekko, Mecha Ryoma, and normal mode. Within all but normal mode, you get to cycle through character lines from the following Gaim media: Kamen Rider Gaim the Series, Tokyuger vs Gaim Spring Vacation Combining Special, Gaim Great Soccer Battle Golden Fruits Cup, Driving Gaim Movie Tyson Full Throttle, Gaim Guiding Kamen Rider Zangetsu and Kamen Rider Baron, and Gaim Guiding Kamen Rider Duke and Kamen Rider Knuckle. Like the Sengoku driver, you can press the buttons together. This time pressing the BGM and dialogue buttons simultaneously plays out the character conversations as opposed to it being a dialogue skip, which honestly is fine for them taking out. Pressing the BGM button and the sound effect button allows for you to select up to 5 variants of the lock on announcement. Leaving it be plays as it does in the DX version. Holding it down once shortens the lock on announcement, then holding it down 2 to 3 times are the first 2 options I mentioned, just with the standby turned off, which when then held down up to 4 times turns off the announcement. So then you can insert the Lockseed back in as if you previously have used it in a weapon. If you couldn't tell, the second and third options were added due to this release not having the standby off mode that the Sengoku driver previously had. Lastly, holding down the dialogue and sound effect buttons allow for you to change the grip sound, depending on which Lockseed is used. You have 3 to 5 options. It should also be noted that the physical instructions have this section completely wrong, so I'll attempt to follow through. To start off with the lesser ones, the 2 nuts and dragon fruits, not pressing anything plays out like usual. Holding it down once plays the shortened version of the grip announcement, then holding it down twice mutes the audio. Holding it down twice removes the announcement. For the other 4, however, for their 3rd and 4th options, they have the strong soda to play to replicate the multitudes of sound errors post-series. As you can see from the instructions, they read as if they parallel back and forth from each soda announcement. They do not. It's the weak expression first, then the strong one. Now with all the features out of the way, we can demonstrate the transformation process. Simply unlock the Lockseed to your preferred setting, set it in the center of the Genesis driver, press the lock down, and push the lock open. Additionally, you can press the dialogue button to hear the henchman call out if you have not done so already with the Lockseed. For the finishers, doing it once will give you the squash attack. In the case of melon and lemon energy, they have two variants of the squash, and twice will give you the sparking. In addition, if you were to transform with the back button pressed prior, the attack sounds will have the addition of the character cry. With the lemon, Ryoma and Kaito have one soul squash attack as opposed to when you don't have the voice activated. In the transform state, The sound effect button has additional sounds for 4 specific modes. Takatora's sound effect button plays funny phrases from the Tokyo crossover in the summer movie. Ryoma has his in-suit abilities, Sid's is him dying, Michi once again has Takatora hallucinations, and normal mode has Tyrant's transformation into an overlord. When you're done playing, you can cancel the transformation by simply closing the Lockseed back up and pressing or holding down the bottom button down to hear 2 variants of the transformation cancellation, which were newly added for these energy Lockseeds. But just like the Sengoku driver, if you want to hear the lock off announcement, press down the sound effect and BGM buttons and then unlock the Lockseed. But let's not forget about the kill switch. With the implementation of an infrared sensor within the straw piece, when you line the sensor from the kill switch up to the Genesis driver, you've killed the belt, rendering it inactive and shuts the toy off completely, meaning you'll have to turn the toy back on to go back to playing with it as usual. The kill switch will shut off the functions of the Genesis driver in all but Ryoma's 2 modes, as that is in par with the show. Lastly, to brief over is the usage of the energy Lockseeds with the Genesis cord to make up the Jimba arms, to which we will do a simple demonstration of Gaim's and then the 2 novel exclusive ones. Overall, the CSM Genesis driver is a phenomenal final piece to the CSM Gaim line, but it's also the most polarizing one. Obviously, to go over the positives, it looks really nice, it has a good weight to it, it's more enjoyable to mess around with, the grip And this one actually has quality of life changes that were absent from the Sengoku driver, such as allowing the consumer to press the phrase button for the character to call a henshin during the no standby modes, as the Sengoku driver acts as having no standby as post-transformation. The other one being that the Genesis driver actually remembers the settings you put it on, because the Sengoku driver did not allow you to do that, as it only remembered it from the first slice. So I appreciate that they've changed it to be more free in terms of options and versatility. But on the flip side though, the BGM I think is fine for the most part. I think it would have been cool if we actually got at least one vocal song. If I had to choose, I would have chosen Never Surrender. But other than that, I think the BGM is fine. They made it a big deal that they managed to get the stock music. But the thing I really want to talk about though is that I feel the new additions to this driver were unnecessary. The infrared sensor, I mean, the kill switch is fun playing around with, but like, that's its sole purpose. They could have done something more unnecessary, like having 2 or more drivers being allowed to converse or something. I'm pretty sure the kill switch is able to like shut off multiple Genesis drivers, but it's just kind of like, feels overblown for nothing. The LED panel. Again, it looks impressive, but because of it tying itself so closely to the show, it can only display one color at a time, unlike the original DX toy being able to display a 7-color LED. Plus with Dragon Fruits, its 7-color LED display has been removed. In result, the LEDs kind of become an over-glorified display panel. Speaking of Dragon Fruits, I don't understand why they didn't try harder with implementing Tyrant into the driver. Yeah, cool, he has one sound to himself, but other than that, you can't properly replicate transforming into Tyrant, because they locked Dragon Fruits to be stuck with the strong Soda announcement, despite the fact that Duke had the weak Soda play when he performed the finisher for that movie. It's just a weird oversight that they originally did a good job at covering with the Sengoku driver, so it's disappointing for them to miss a crucial detail that could have made the set more complete. I feel like these points hurt more because of the fact that this driver is more expensive than the Sengoku driver, despite arguably coming with less things. But I get that this set in a way is way more standalone than the Sengoku driver, as the Sengoku driver, obviously you needed to have 7 sets of. The Genesis driver, you only need like 2 sets prior. Also, I need to address that it is completely backwards of Bandai to have gotten Ryoma's actor back for this toy, as he has committed some serious crimes against women. I think that honestly sours this release, and I cannot fault anyone for skipping this release because of his involvement. I absolutely do not condone his actions, and neither should you. But with that, if you didn't want to get the full Genesis driver set, you could either pick up the buckle edition of the driver itself, or the Lockseed Energy Lockseed set, if you were solely trying to complete the Jimba forms. Although a rocky conclusion, it was nice to have been a part of collecting the entirety of the CSM Gaim line for the 3 years it ran for. To which, that will have to do with this written review. This is Ryder, and I'll leave you people. Hello people, this is Ryder here with the written review of the Armor Hero Lava RX Summoning Belt. Released in December of 2023, this is a newly updated release of the original Super Lava Belt 10 years prior to commemorate its 10th anniversary, and a companion piece to the previous RX release of the Super Lava Felstian. Taking a look at the packaging, it's a simple black box with Armor Hero Lava's helmet on the front, with the name of the product at the bottom. All the sides of the box, and then when you open the setup, you have a top cover showcasing the product with a postcard, underneath it being the foam tray comprising of half of the contents, while the bottom of the box holds the belt straps and the instructions. Huh. Yeah, mine didn't come with any. All of this for a free installation of batteries? Looking at the Lava Summoner, compared to the original Super Lava Belt, the appearance is more sleek and accurate to the show. despite being based off of the mold of the original toy. As now instead of the centerpiece being chrome plated, it is now painted a nice silver, alongside with the red being added at the top in the inner circle. Besides the new paint applications, the side fins are newly molded to be more sharper and not dulled off like the original release, on top of the ends being painted silver. Also, the fans inside the belt are now in a white plastic as opposed to the green plastic they were previously casted in, despite in the show the lava suit has blue fans. As for the belt straps, while they are made up of a flexible soft plastic like the original belts, this one goes for the CSM route in terms of how it functions, as they are consisted of backpack strips that can be adjusted to fit the size of any consumer. Alongside that, we have the back belt cover, which latches on the belt through Velcro. Interestingly, with how you put the belt together, once you clip the ends into the block sides of the belt cover can go over the two ends of the strap to create a seamless belt loop. Also to note, since this release uses the existing clip system as the previous Lava releases, you can give your other belts this strap for fun. Last thing to look at are the two energy keys for this release, the Lava key S1 and the Chillin key U1. Chillin is an ancient unicorn. Compared to their previous releases, these are also painted in the same silver paint that the Lava Summoner was in, alongside the black accents to make it closer to the prop. And while they still twist from the top for the sake of functionality, these releases still don't spring out like the show ones do. Once you load in 3 AAA batteries from the back, you can locate the on and off switch to turn it on. The activation sound for this toy will later get reused for the 2024 release of the Flame Dragon Summoner. For the transformation process, all you have to do is insert the energy key into the center slot of the summoning belt, allowing the two fins to spring out. After letting the standby play out, you twist the top of the key to complete the transformation process. So let's use the 2 included keys. Despite this release only including 2 keys, as the other 2 were released with the RX Lava Felshian, this version of the Lava Summoner still does use the energy keys that were released 10 years prior. On top of that, we can utilize the Tornado energy keys to transform into Armor Hero Tornado and utilize his arsenal. So let's demonstrate those keys off. As you can see for what I've showcased so far, the functions of this toy remain the same to the original toy, but now with the bonus of the sounds being show accurate, if applicable, alongside character dialogue ripped from the show and the movie Armor Hero Atlas. To which, here's a sound comparison.
焰之拿瓦，吞噬猛焰的力量，合体！焰之拿瓦，吞噬猛焰的力量，合体！时间多的像沙漠的沙子一样吧。 像沙漠的沙子一样吧。只要是邪恶，永远不能胜过正义。投降吧！只要是邪恶，永远不能胜过正义。投降吧！3秒钟，搞定你！3秒钟，搞定你！披风航天炸！
With that, we can now talk about a new feature that was added for this specific release of the Lava Summoner, to which is accessing Duo Mode. To access this, you will need to insert either Lava Key into the slot first, take it out, then insert either Tornado Key, as this will play an exclusive phrase of when Donmu utilizes the Tornado armor. With Duo Mode, you have 3 paths of how you can access it. You can either insert the Lava Key and then the 2 Tornado Keys, or you can go back and forth with a Lava and Tornado Key, but it has to be a Lava Key first. Overall, the Lava RX Summoning Belt is a fun release. It's nice for an Armor Hero toy to have show accurate sounds, because surprisingly, that's not very common within most entries, even though some of the show accuracies are head scratching at best. The selling point for this toy definitely is the appearance. As I've stated before, they did a really good job at translating the screen prop into a commercialized product. Though, if I had to state my gripes with this release, however, the first minor thing will be the quality of the energy keys. Just like any other energy key from this line, the stickers are not the best at holding up when being inserted in and out of the slot, which brings me to my next point. I really wish this release didn't cater to those that had already owned practically the entire toy line, as I think it would have been convenient for the Tornado Keys to have been re-released in some form, so then I didn't have to spend $45 painstakingly obtaining it. I don't know why I didn't write this in initially, but like, one of the things I feel needs to get brought up too is the RFID sensor. It's super sensitive. You can't keep a key in the belt for long because it's going to keep like reactivating itself after it's been activated. So you have to pull the key out before the fan finishes out and such, or else then the belt's gonna keep looping. I don't know if this is a problem or that's just how this toy works, but I do find it kind of annoying for someone that just wants to let things wait out and then like do things slowly. I don't like having to be rushed to like take the key out all because I want to wait for the LEDs and the fan to go out. But other than that, for $30, I think it does a nice job at updating the original toy with the flair of the acknowledgement of the show material. Though if you want the toy sounds, then you'll have to track down one of 2 re-releases. Unless you want the 2025 re-release that has the internals of the RX version inside of the original Super version? That'll have to do with this written review. This is Ryder, and I'll leave you people. Hello people, this is Ryder here with the written review of the Armor Hero XT Mars Summoning Belt Legendary Edition. Released in October 2025, this is the 5th re-release of this exact toy. However, newly updated, opposed from the prior re-releases. While it is assumed this was done to commemorate the 15th anniversary of the show, I don't know, let's just say it's to tie into the release of Armor Hero Rebirth, despite that solely being made to sell figures. Also, this release should not be confused with the upcoming Elaboration Armor Series release. That is essentially the CSM counterpart. Taking a look at the packaging, it is a simple black box with Armor Hero Mars on the right side, with the name of the product on the other end, which also just happens to use the art from the Shine card. I guess that's neat. All the sides of the box, and then when you open the setup, you have a plastic tray comprising of all the contents alongside your instructions. First up is the Mars Summoner itself. As its motif is of a digital camera, it is a nice size. The new metallic paint job is done nicely alongside the new gunmetal paint added within the gold sections that was previously just black plastic alongside the silver paint added to the lens. Speaking of the lens, they can open up to reveal the inside of the summoner, and function for something else later. Next is the Trinken belt, which has been majorly changed from prior re-releases. While the centerpiece itself remains the same, it's the straps that have changed. Instead of flexible plastic straps that contained an extender, it is now a backpack strap that can be adjusted from the clip, and is covered up by the plastic belt pieces to more accurately replicate the prop appearance. Lastly, the right side of the belt can be unclipped as of another means of getting it onto you. However, there are two more components for the belt. As for the right side, we have the summoning card box, as it's casted in the same metallic red that the Mars summoner was in, and now has a velcro strap at the back for it to wrap itself onto the belt. Then newly made for this release is the back belt cover, a nice square block containing an X and has the same velcro system like the card box, but stitched underneath as opposed to being removable. Speaking of the card box, let's go over the summoning cards. Being cartridge-like gimmicks, they are really simple pieces of black plastic. They are textured nicely and are mainly differentiated with their big stickers. Despite only coming with 4, they are actually double-sided, becoming 8 cards in total, to which the cards that are included with this release comprise of the Mars Armor card, Electric Strike card, Fire Punishment Sword card, Fired Rapid Punishment Gun card, Titan Mars Armor card, Fire Punishment Palm card, Fire Punishment Heavenly Fierce Sword card, and God of War Fire Sword, which unfortunately the last 2 cards play the same sound, because they want you to buy the sword to hear it. The only additional detail that was added to this release was the border around the sticker, not the gold that is supposed to be present on the card. You can load all 4 cards into the summoner box like so, as it's a really solid clip. Anyways, after installing 2 AAA batteries into the back, we can turn on the Mars summoner like so. By itself, all you can do is alternate between 2 camera sounds, to which then to transform to Mars, you will need to take the armor summoning card out, insert it into the top slot of the summoner, then slot the summoner into the belt to finish it off. After transforming, you can summon Mars's gear, so let's demonstrate that. As you can see, the 2 cards have a notch at the bottom, while the latter 2 are completely filled out. This is due to the next function, which is upgrading Mars into Mars Titan, to which after inserting the card, the white pieces will split open automatically, while you have to open the lens up manually. The last thing that should be brought up is that to remove the Mars summoner out of the belt, just hold down the release button on the top of the left side and slide out the summoner like so. Overall, the Mars Summoning Belt Legendary Edition is a nice release. It's cool that after 5 of these things existing, they decide to actually improve on it for once. I think they did a good job at the improvements with what they had to work with, as there isn't any remolding involved, just mostly a new paint job and 1 new piece of plastic. Speaking of that though, I feel handling the belt now is kind of a mess, as when you have everything attached, the pieces end up sliding all over the place. Obviously this is a non-issue because this is a belt, it's supposed to be worn, so you won't have this issue wearing it, but I feel like it should still be brought up because I feel like there could have been a way to make these pieces a bit more stable. While appearance wise is great, the sound department is 15 years old for sure. I get this release is not to the same measure as the RX Lava Summoner, but I think they should have taken this opportunity to finally have show accurate sounds. I think the reason they didn't do it was just the case of them not wanting to compete with the Elaboration Armor Series release. Meaning that the technical only cheap way of getting show accurate sounds of the XT armors is the Star Ray Summoning Belt. Other than that though, if you have not yet picked up a Mars summoner at this point, this release is perfect for that, as it's near close to the original prop in terms of appearance and will be the inexpensive option, as most summoners from XT tend to be around $30 due to their popularity. To which, that'll have to do with this written review. This is Ryder, and I'll leave you people.